Pucked at First Sight by Tyla Walker. Want to read more of Tyla's content without the annoying buzzkill?
Oh, you know I do.
Good, because I'm heading over to TylaWalker.com and I need someone to, well, keep me company if you know what I mean.
Eager to make up for lost time?
More like eager to recreate some scenes.
You don't need to say anything else, I'm in.
Actually, I do, because anyone can get 40% off with the discount code Miss Tyla gave me. Save 40.
A deal on a good time? You know how to put me in the mood, baby.
Well then, what are we waiting for?
For you to realize that you're a little overdressed.
Thanks for listening to Tyla Walker's Pucked at First Sight. Chapter 1. Jasmine. I'm telling you, it wasn't thing. Destiny's voice cracked slightly. Well, that's not what everyone else is saying. So what exactly did happen? I reply. I'm ready for some long-winded explanation. Destiny's always the type to spin wild tales about her male escorts. Sometimes, I wonder if it's for her as much as it's for anyone else. All I did was say hi, that I'm a fan, and that he's cuter in person than in his photos. That's it. He gave me a hug, posed for a picture, and I was on my way. So the photo in the Morning Star was just him going in for a hug? It almost looks like you guys were about to do more than that. Trust me, sis, it's not like that. Yes, he's cute, but I would never cheat, especially not out in public. You know me better than that. I pause for a little while. Destiny isn't really the type to lie to my face. Yes, she's a gossipy flirt who all the boys chase after, but she's also loyal. I know she wouldn't want to do something like that to her husband. I glance at the paper on my desk. The headline reads, West spotted with the new girl. He and Destiny look like they're just about to make out or just finish swapping spit. Their faces are close, and his hands are almost wrapped around her butt. You're right. The boys always couldn't keep their hands off you. It's still high school all over again. I sigh. I know she's telling the truth, but this photo seems like a bit more than just some gentle flirting. You're still on that? It's been so long since high school. I can't even remember half the guys' names I went out with, Destiny replied. You don't remember Dante? How he dated me for 3 weeks just so he could get closer to you? You don't remember how I had him over one time and he accidentally bumped into you just outside the bathroom? Yes, of course, I remember that. But it's not like I dated him after that or anything. He was a total creep, and I told you to dump his ass. I remember you guys getting a little handsy at a dance after we broke up. As I speak, memories keep flooding back into my head. Oh my God, you're such a child. Nothing happened. And you always want to make it seem like something is way more than it is. I called you because I need some advice, and now you're just throwing stuff in my face from 15 years ago. Her words sting a little bit. I guess I have some unresolved resentment toward my sister, but she's always the prettiest, always gets the most attention, and always has the easiest life. I have to work for everything I have, while it's always handed to her. Like with this tabloid story about her and Cameron West. A superstar hockey player gets caught with his arms around her waist, and they were just flirting. A guy like West probably wouldn't even look my way if I was shouting at him. But still, she's in a bind. What kind of sister would I be if I just left her hanging? Okay, I'll do some digging and see what the buzz is in the PR circuit. But there's always a chance this could just blow over. Assuming you and Cameron aren't spotted in a compromising position again, I remarked blithely. As if. It was a chance meeting. It's not like we run in the same circles or anything. I didn't even give him my number. I know. It's all just tabloid fodder. I'll dig around and let you know what's going on. For the time being, just try to keep a low profile. Others will start looking for you, so you need to be careful. Don't worry. I'll keep out of sight. I need to mend my marriage right now more than anything. He still doesn't really believe me. Destiny sighs. If I were him, I would be pretty suspicious too. He definitely married up, and I don't think he has the confidence to take her at her word. I hang up the phone and look again at the photo. It's always so hard to tell what's going on from a still image. With the right angle and lens, a talented pro can make anyone look like they're doing anything. Suddenly, the phone rings again. Did she forget to tell me something? Hello? I answer. I need to see you. My office, right now. My boss is never one to mince words. He hangs up immediately and I hear the dial tone. On my way, I mutter under my breath. No time to even wait for a response, huh? I step into David's office, unsure about why he called me in. He and I haven't been on the best terms. It always seems like he has it out for me, giving me the worst assignments possible. I always just keep my head down, waiting and hoping for a good opportunity. Have you seen this? David tosses the Morning Star toward me. I catch it and see Destiny's photo with Cameron. Yeah, I have. I was actually just talking with my sister about it. And what did she say? Are they seeing each other? No, nothing like that. She says it was an innocent meeting and that Cameron was just a little handsy, that's all. How would you like to land a real account? David asks. My heart stops for a second. Today started off like any other, but it sounds like it could become a game changer. What do you mean? I try to keep my cool, but my nerves are shot. This could literally make or break my career here. Well, I got a call from the owner of the Manchester Nighthawks. It seems like this little photo is causing quite the controversy. Cameron West canoodling with a married woman. They know she's married? I ask. They know everything they need to know. What they don't know is that you're her sister and that you work for me. I can use this incident to take our firm to the next level. Sit down. He motions for me to sit as he returns to his chair. I'm going to be honest with you, Jasmine. I'm not sure you're ready for the big leagues, but when an opportunity like this falls in my lap, I'm not going to ignore it. As I sit, I'm a bit taken aback by his comments. Maybe he would think better of me if he didn't keep giving me crap assignments. My last client was a bakery getting sued for not wanting to make a bachelorette party cake. Not exactly hard-hitting PR material. Nonetheless, I'm curious where he's going with it. If the Nighthawks are our client, where do I fit in with this? Here's what I'm thinking. He was spotted with your sister, and now everyone is wondering who she is and why they were together. But we may have a unique perspective. He pauses for a second, trying to find the right words. What if you were engaged to Cameron West? My jaw drops, and my heart sinks. What the hell is he talking about? I'm a little confused. I ask. Look, the team owner is tired of West's shenanigans off the ice, and he wants him to be more of a polished, upstanding citizen type. So if he were getting married, that would make him a bit more respectable in the public's eyes. But why me? I've never even met him. Because of your sister. She wasn't flirting or making out with him or whatever. Instead, he was just hanging out with his sister-in-law. Nothing wrong with that. Then we can put you and him front and center. Everyone will forget the tabloid and focus on your new budding relationship. The logistics of this plan seem a bit flawed in my mind. But like David said, I shouldn't waste a golden opportunity when it falls in my lap. So what does that mean exactly? Like, what's the next move? I ask. Well, assuming that you're into the idea, and you should be if you want to move up in this firm, then we'll schedule a meeting with the Nighthawks tomorrow. We can fill everyone in and work out the kinks of the plan. Okay. I guess that's the plan then. What time tomorrow? I'll call the owner right now. I want to get ahead of this, so first thing in the morning. We have to strike while the iron's hot before the tabloids move on to the next story of the week. I stand up and try to shake David's hand. You're dismissed, he remarks as he picks up the phone. Okay, well, thank you. I'm excited about this opportunity, I reply. He nods his head and starts dialing. As I walk out of his office, my mind is racing. This whole thing just turned out to be a win-win. Not only do I get the biggest account the firm has ever seen, but now I'll be the one getting all the attention from the tabloids. Yes, Destiny will get out of the spotlight and save her marriage, but I know she'll be madly jealous about the whole thing. I also think about Tom, my ex. When we broke up 6 months ago, I secretly swore that I would make him regret losing me. Now I have to imagine his face when he sees Cameron West wrapped around me in public. For once, Destiny's flirtatious nature actually benefited other people around her. It's always made our relationship catty and somewhat petty, but part of me is glad that she caught Cameron's eye. Now I just have to figure out how I can play along with this. If it were Destiny, she would play the part like a pro. But I've never pretended to be in love with someone before. Am I getting in over my head?
Chapter 2. Cameron. And the Diamondbacks scored in the final inning, putting the final score as 10-8 in their favor. They'll be facing off against the Dodgers next week. The sports announcer keeps going, but I barely register what he's saying. I'm just scrolling through my phone, killing time until they call me in. I lean back in the plush seat, relaxing as I put my arm behind my head. This meeting is probably about that tabloid, but I'm used to it by now. They'll chew me out, the press will forget about it in a week, and I'll be back to square one. The cute assistant walks into the locker room and makes a beeline for me. "Mr. West, they're ready for you." I sigh and stand up. She's about 2 feet shorter than me, and I catch her glancing at me. Part of me wonders if I should risk getting with her or not. She's pretty cute, and she definitely has a thing for me. We get out of the elevator, and she shows me into the executive boardroom. Donald, Steven, and Jason are all waiting for me. I'm surprised to see Donald here. As the team owner, he usually stays behind the scenes. I'm guessing Steven asked him to be here. They all stand up as I enter, and Steven motions for me to sit down. Jason starts taking notes. "Good afternoon, Cameron. Thanks for coming in today." Steven sounds more morose than usual. "Yeah, whatever," I reply. I'm tempted to pull out my phone again, but I know that will piss Steven and Donald off. Right now, I should probably play nice. "Do you know why you're here?" Steven asks. "Not really. You want to enlighten me?" Jason hands Steven a newspaper, and he tosses it over to me. It's the tabloid The Morning Star, and the front page is of me wrapping my arms around a woman. I recognize her, though. I just met her a couple of days ago. "What's this?" I act stupid. I find that it's often better to get people to explain everything so I know what they know, but not the other way around. That's what this meeting is all about. You getting caught with a married woman, on camera no less. That's a lie. Nothing happened between us. She asked for an autograph and a hug, that's it. Or at least I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I meet fans all the time, and usually they all become a blur. "Well, the photos seem to suggest otherwise," Steven remarks. Jason continues taking notes. Donald is his usual quiet self, not adding anything to the conversation unless he has to. "What difference does it make? Nothing happened, and it's not like I'm trying to date her or anything. The press will forget about it by next week, trust me. Look, whether you like it or not, you're a role model to a lot of people out there, especially to young kids who want to be pro athletes when they grow up." Steven starts the same old spiel again. "And if this was a one-off, I would probably say the same thing. We issue a public statement, wait for the press to get bored, and that's it. But, unfortunately, this isn't a one-off, is it?" Steven looks at me as if waiting for me to say something. I stay quiet. "Right now, public opinion is pretty low for both you and the team. As the star player, your actions have consequences for everyone else. I'm not just talking about me and Don here, but all your fellow Nighthawks. And what exactly am I supposed to do about that? Do you want me to become a damn monk and take a vow of celibacy? Would that help the team's image? I scoff at the idea. Everyone is so concerned about how I spend my private time. It's ridiculous. Actually, I have a better idea. An opportunity has just presented itself, and I think we should take advantage of it. Stephen smirks. What are you talking about? I reply. Well, it turns out that the girl in that photo has a sister who works for the PR firm I hired to help restore the Nighthawk's reputation. He smiles. Where is he going with this? What difference does it make that she has a sister? I wasn't messing around with her, was I? Her boss gave me a very good idea yesterday. He suggested that you get engaged to the sister. Her name is Jasmine. What the hell? Get engaged to some woman I've never met? All over some photos? Are you kidding me right now? I reply. For whatever reason, this plan has my blood boiling. It's one thing to stick your nose into my business, but it's another to start putting your greasy fingers all over my life. Now calm down, son. Hear him out, Donald says with his distinct southern drawl. I can't even remember the last time I heard him speak in person. It's all for show. You act like you've been engaged in secret for a while, and this little encounter was just you hanging out with your fiancé's sister. So there's no impropriety or misconduct, Stephen explains. And what exactly is the endgame with this little charade? I reply. Well, it makes you look respectable, like the wild stallion getting tamed. The press will love the love angle, and it'll be good for the team. I don't think you'll have to actually tie the knot, but we can play along for a while until it's time to shut the whole thing down. I'm not interested, I say. Now just hold on, Cameron. This is a golden opportunity. You've always been able to luck your way out of every scandal, and this is no different. What are the odds that it would turn out this way? Stephen starts to sound angry. I don't know, but it's a stupid idea and I don't like it. I stand up to leave. Sit down. Stephen smacks his hand on the table. I'm shocked by how angry he is over this. Maybe this scandal is a bigger deal than I thought. I stand next to my chair, making it clear I'm willing to keep listening to this charade. We're meeting with the PR team and this woman tomorrow. We can hash out the details then and figure out the next move. I'm not asking you to actually be in a relationship with this woman. Just pretend like you are. I shrug my shoulders. Look, I'm not the one going around town getting trashed, partying hard, and sleeping with everything that moves. You're the one who's put your reputation down the toilet, and you've been dragging the team down with you. Now is your chance to turn things around, Stephen continues. His words linger in my mind. I don't care if everyone thinks I'm a loser off the ice. My only concern is playing the game and being the best. Why does everyone care how I live my life? Still, it's a bit harsh to hear what he thinks of me. What time tomorrow? I ask. 9 a.m. Do you think you can handle that? Stephen asks. Yeah. Anything else? Yes, try to keep a low profile for now. If you're still out partying and drinking, it'll be harder to sell this to the press, Stephen replies. I'll try, I say as I turn to leave. No one stops me this time. That night, I'm at the Black Club, an invite-only establishment. I know the owner, and he always lets me in right away. Dude, that's Cameron West. A group of guys offer to buy me drinks, and I don't decline. I think about what Stephen said about improving my image. Everywhere I go, I see fans and get asked for autographs. People will stop me in the street to tell me how much they love how I play. So who exactly is this PR stunt for? Who is watching from the sidelines, shaking their head and scoffing at my extracurricular activities? As I gulp down the first round of shots, I imagine what it would be like to get married. I also try to imagine what this woman Jasmine looks like. I can only hope she looks as good as her sister. At least then I can enjoy my time with her. Also, who knows? Maybe we'll have some real chemistry and hit it off. After all, we have to make it look like we're really together, right? A tall blonde at the bar glances my way. I can tell that she wants me. I've been around enough women to tell immediately who's down to screw and who isn't. Her legs are practically already wrapped around my waist, but not tonight. Stephen has always had my back with the scandals over the years. So the least I can do is play along at least through tomorrow. Once I see how stupid this whole plan is, I can decide whether or not to dump it. For tonight, I'll just enjoy myself as the single bachelor Cameron West, hockey superstar. It's the role I was born to play. The drinks are flowing and people are all asking for autographs and photos. The blonde comes over and practically grabs my crotch. She pretends like she was just bumping into me, but I'm onto her. Since we're not going to bang tonight, I ask for her number. She's a bit put off by the idea, but she agrees. I think part of her expected me to sleep with her tonight. That reaction doesn't sit well with me. Yes, I like playing the field, but something about a woman expecting me to sleep with her doesn't feel right. Like I'm just a conquest for her. To me, she's just another notch in the belt. But for her, she gets to brag about how she slept with Cameron West. I start thinking about the fake marriage again. A quiet life with a woman and a couple of kids. Part of me thinks that sounds nice.
Chapter 3. Jasmine. Okay, girl, you got this. My mind is racing as I compare blouses. I've been staring at myself in the mirror for over an hour, and I'm not any closer to making a final decision. I glance at the clock next to my bed. I have another hour before I have to leave, but I still have to take a shower and eat breakfast. I was so nervous last night I couldn't sleep, just tossing and turning while I think about what today's meeting will bring. Am I the type of person to pretend to be in a relationship with someone I've never met? All for a career-opening job? Is it really worth it? I run through various scenarios in my head. I've only heard rumors about Cameron West, and I did a little digging last night. He's definitely the playboy type, always chasing after some girl and trying to party all the time. Basically the exact opposite of what I look for in a partner. I want someone who's strong, compassionate, and loyal. Loyalty is big for me. I've been cheated on more than once, and each time, I feel like such a worthless fool. Part of me wonders how I would react if Cameron cheated on me during this fake marriage. Would I feel betrayed? Or will it barely register since we're not actually together? Finally, I decide on a simple black and white combo. I don't want to seem too flashy, but I also don't want to come across as unprofessional. White blouse, black jacket, black pencil skirt. I debate whether to add color, but I feel like it'll be too distracting. Despite the subject matter of the meeting, I want to be as objective and impersonal as possible. I'm not there to try and woo Cameron. If anything, he needs to try and woo me. I'm the key to making this work. Wait, that's right. I am the key to making this work. If I say no, they'll have to find a new angle. Maybe I can use that to my advantage. This whole time, I've been both looking forward to and resenting this meeting. On the one hand, it can define my entire career. David has never been one to throw me a bone, and now's my chance to show what I'm made of. If everything goes well enough, I may even get enough notoriety to start my own PR firm. Finally, a dream of mine coming to fruition. But on the other hand, the idea of faking a relationship, a marriage no less, seems so unsettling. Whenever we're out in public, he'll have to put his hands around me and show me at least some affection. Nothing on the lips, though. I've decided PDAs will be kept to over-the-clothes stuff, maybe a peck on the forehead or cheek. I've never been one to appreciate public displays anyway, so it will fit with the whole facade. After a quick shower, I get dressed. Back in front of the mirror. I better get more comfortable with seeing my own face. It's about to be all over the tabloids and TV screens. I always feel more comfortable behind the scenes. In front of the camera is where destiny really shines. That reminds me, I need to call Destiny to tell her what's going on, but I'll wait until we finalize everything after the meeting. That is, if I can bring myself to go through with the whole charade. But what other options do I have? The entire point is to make Cameron look more respectable and less of a womanizer. Can some charity work help his image? Yes, but not if he's out partying and sticking his tongue down a stripper's throat every night. If the goal is to make him look like he's settling down and going from wild stallion to tame racehorse, there's really only one way to do that: to find someone willing to tame him. I grab a quick bite on my way out the door. Traffic is always a mess at this time, and I may even run a little late. How ironic, given that I was up 2 hours earlier than usual for this meeting. There are still so many unanswered questions. I don't like having so many variables in the air. How long will this charade last? Will there be a public breakup? Or will we go through with the sham marriage and then end in a divorce? Will we ever come clean about the whole thing? Or do I have to pretend I've actually dated Cameron West for the rest of my life? I can imagine other guys I date will want to know the juicy details of our relationship. How big is he? Was he better than me in bed? All kinds of inane questions come popping into my brain. I can see some hockey fan wanting to get with me to see how he stacks up to the great Cameron West. And then, if we do actually get married, that's not something I can just erase. Yeah, we can get an annulment, but what if that's not part of the plan? The entire drive is filled with anxiety and unknown answers to millions of new questions. As I approach the Nighthawks Stadium, I have to focus on the here and now. Pulling up, I'm awestruck by the size and grandeur of the building. I know the stadium is still pretty new, but I've never been here before. Hockey's not really my thing, and I've never actually caught a game of anything in any stadium. I feel so small as I walk through the bowels of the building. I show my work badge to an endless parade of security guards as they guide me up to the executive offices. Finally, I'm in the hallway, leading to the executive conference room. The hall overlooks the stadium with giant, pane glass windows on one side. The entire place seems so vast and empty. I can't even imagine how it would look or sound on a game day. Before I open the doors, I pause for a second to collect myself. No matter what happens, I have the leverage here. They need me for this whole thing to work, but I don't need them. Even if this all falls through, I'm a talented PR representative with a bright future. I take a deep breath and open the doors. Almost immediately after stepping through the doors, I trip on something and fall to the ground. I look over and see a hockey bag tipped on its side. Suddenly, laughter. Someone is really getting a kick out of seeing me fall on my ass. I snap my head toward the noise and see none other than Cameron West. He's practically doubled over laughing. What kind of immature little crap is this? What are we, in grade school? And that has to be his bag. Who else would bring a hockey bag to an executive meeting? He just let it fall and didn't even pick it up? I brush myself off as I regain my composure. Falling for me already, huh? Cameron chuckles again, wiping tears from his face. I don't even know what to say. Part of me just wants to walk out without saying anything. If this is who they want me to pretend to marry, I'll be better off without him. Just the image of him laughing is burned into my brain. Where is Steven? I ask. I make sure to keep my words tight and focused. I can't let him know how his actions got to me. Cameron points across the room. I see a handful of other men sitting around a conference table. Cameron is over to the side of the room, connected to the wall by his phone cord. Typical spoiled brat. I bet he can't go 5 minutes without playing on his phone. I spot David among the other guys, and he waves me over. There are 3 other men with him. One is, I believe, Donald Jones, the owner of the team, and then another man looks like he could be Steven, the general manager. There's another guy with the glasses. He looks like an assistant of some type, ready with a notebook and pencil. I walk over and shake David's hand. Are you okay? That was quite a spill, David remarks. Quite a spill. And yet none of these men could get up to help me. Yeah, I'm fine. Not even a scratch. I reply, smiling. Well, this is Don, Steven, and Steven's assistant, Jason. David gestures to each man. I shake all their hands. So, I guess now that you're here, we can get started. Stephen points to the main conference table where Cameron is sitting. Am I late? I ask, checking my watch. No, not at all. We had some other internal business to take care of. You're right on time. I like that, actually. Some people have to be dragged here practically kicking and screaming. Stephen explains. He doesn't say Cameron's name, but I know he's the one Stephen is referring to. We all sit around the table, but Cameron stays in his chair, eyes locked on his phone. This whole meeting is about him, and he can't be bothered to pay attention. I swear this is the exact opposite of someone I would ever be infatuated with. How could any woman be interested in him? He's such a child. Well, David tells me you're an up-and-coming PR rep. What kinds of cases have you handled in the past? Stephen asks. Well, a lot of small-time stuff, really. But I have certainly handled cases of impropriety and infidelity before. I know Mr. West wasn't exactly being unfaithful, but I feel like my experience does overlap somewhat. I use my PR voice as I respond. Of course. Well, I guess your PR experience isn't exactly necessary in this case. I guess we should loop both of you in on what we have planned. Cameron, Stephen calls him over. Cameron shuffles into a seat close to me, but he's still on his phone. What am I getting myself into? I hope it's not too late to back out.
Chapter 4. Cameron. As I open the conference room door, I can see Stephen and Jason chatting at the table. They both nod in my direction as I lean my hockey bag against the wall next to the door. I check my watch. 8:45 a.m. This whole meeting is some bull. I gotta sit through this whole thing, then go off to practice while they decide what my life is going to be for the next few months. The idea still doesn't sit right with me, but while I'm under contract, I guess there's not much I can do. Being a free agent won't benefit me financially, especially if I have to pay penalties for violating my term with the Nighthawks. So I'll just play nice and do what they tell me to do. Like a good little lapdog. After last night, I feel like I can take a break from partying and casual hookups for a while. But I'm wondering how good that blonde would be in the sack. I bet she's an animal. Donald comes in a few minutes later with some other guy, and they go over to Stephen. The guy introduces himself as David from the PR firm. They glance at me, and they all go across the room to have some privacy. I know they're talking about me, discussing how this is all going to play out. Talking about me like I don't even exist, let alone that I'm right here. I check my watch again. 8:58. This chick should be here any minute now. I've given up trying to figure out what she'll look like. Either she'll be somewhat attractive and I can make this believable, or she'll be an uggo, and this whole thing will fall apart immediately. Finally, the door opens, and some tight-ass-looking black woman walks through. I barely get a glance at her perfectly manicured self before she trips over my hockey bag. I guess it fell down after Donald came in. Seeing her trip and fall to the floor is hilarious. Here's this tightly wound woman who surely has a stick up her ass completely biffing it. I can't help but burst out laughing. She picks herself up and starts brushing off her coat. She's in black and white, so I know she means business. She can probably turn coal into diamonds with her butt. Falling for me already, huh? I tease. She gives me a dirty look and continues brushing herself off. She didn't like that line one bit. This is going to be tougher than I thought. Where is Stephen? She tries to sound unfazed by what happened, but I can tell it got under her skin. I point over to the group. As she walks over to them, I pay attention to her stride. She walks with confidence and purpose, a true professional. I don't think I've ever seen anyone as tightly wound as that before, except in the movies. But she does have a cute face and a nice ass. I catch myself staring at it as it bounces from side to side. I don't want to make it obvious, so I turn my attention back to the phone. So, that's who they want me to marry? I guess it makes sense. She's probably a no-nonsense by-the-book type, the perfect person to break me, a wild stallion. I can see the headlines and blog posts about us already. They talk for a little bit, then come over to the table closest to me. I'm still against the wall, pretending to be on my phone. If they want to sit and discuss my life without my involvement, I clearly don't even need to pay attention. Cameron? I hear Steven calling me. I walk over and sit 2 chairs away from this lady. I don't even look up from my phone. I bet that'll really get under her skin. Cameron, why don't you meet Miss Jasmine Morris? Steven motions for me to shake her hand. Hey, what's up? I set my phone down and extend my hand. She hesitates for a moment, then shakes it. Hi. I'm guessing that's your hockey bag over there? She asks. I nod. And you couldn't even help me up after I tripped on it? What kind of relationship is that? I can't tell if she's joking or serious. Her face leans more serious, but it could also be heavy sarcasm. Sorry, I guess I was just enjoying the moment. I smile to break the tension. She scoffs and turns back to the other men. So, how exactly is this going to work? I have a lot of questions that I hope we can get into. She's quick and to the point. Part of me admires that she's not shy or intimidated by these men. They're all richer and more powerful than she is, but she acts like she's the one in charge. Well, let's give you the pitch how we were thinking it, and then you can ask questions afterward. Sound good? Steven proposes. Jasmine nods. Steven looks over to me, and I just shrug, as if I really have a say in all this. So, what we were thinking is this. We hold a press conference where you and Cameron announce your relationship and engagement. You've been seeing each other for a few months now, but it's all very hush-hush, Steven explains. A few months? I'm not sure the press will buy that nonsense, but what do I know? We'll keep up the charade for a while. You two will make some public appearances, answer some basic questions about your relationship, like how you met and stuff. We'll draft a script or something so you're both on the same page. Jasmine crosses her arms and looks at me. It seems like she's really on the fence. But what happens if she says no? There'll probably be a lot of chatter, and the press will likely hound both of you for more details about your relationship. After a few months, you guys will call off the wedding, citing public scrutiny as the cause. Too much press exposure was hurting your relationship. I like that. It puts the blame on the media and paparazzi, and it's realistic enough to work, Jasmine replies. But what happens when they find out I'm working in PR? Well, that's what we were thinking could be how you two met. We hired you several months ago as part of the PR team, and you and Cameron started hanging out and falling in love. Once the whole marriage goes belly up, you'll have to focus on other players to avoid conflict of interest claims, Steven explains. So what do I get for doing all of this? Officially? Jasmine asks. She really is acting like she's the one in charge. But I guess that makes sense. If she says no, the whole plan falls apart. Part of me admires how she knows to leverage her position. I only wish I was like that when I first signed with the team. Officially, we give you back pay for the last 15 weeks, just in case the press does some digging. Consider that a signing bonus for agreeing to the terms. Additionally, we'll hire you as part of the PR team. You'll get first dibs on players and scandals, but you can't work on anything related to Cameron. But isn't he the only one who needs a PR rep? What else is there to do? Jasmine jokes. I didn't think she was capable of joking. Seeing her smile is almost stunning. She looks like a totally different person. Warmer, kinder, more attractive. Trust me, there's plenty of opportunity within the team. David has agreed to lease you to us for the foreseeable future. You make this happen the right way, and you'll be working here for as long as you like, Steven replies. Suddenly, she turns to me. What do you think? You haven't said 2 words this whole time? I'm caught off guard. Well, do I really have a say in this? I ask. Of course you do, dummy. It's your life, too. It takes 2 people to fake a relationship. She smiles again, but it quickly disappears. I don't know, I guess it all makes sense to me. Just pose for the cameras and act like we're a couple or whatever. Or whatever. Are you sure you can handle this? I don't want to be the only one pretending. He can handle it. Trust me, Steven interjects. We know he's on board, but what about you? Does everything sound agreeable? He turns his attention to Jasmine. I'm not sure. It's a big commitment, and there are a lot of moving parts, she replies. Do you need an answer right now? Or can I mull it over for a couple of hours? Damn, she's really putting it to them. She's got bigger balls than I do. I check the time and realize I have to leave. Hey, just let me know what you decide. I gotta head to practice. I stand up and head over to the door. The guys nod in acknowledgement, but Jasmine doesn't say anything. At practice, I keep thinking about what this whole situation means for me, both professionally and personally. We'll have to spend a lot of time together, getting to know each other so we can act the part in front of the cameras. Am I really ready to let someone into my life? I tell the others about the whole plan to make me look respectable for the media. None of the other guys believe I can pull it off. So, you going to go straight or what? She going to whip you into shape? Dylan teases me as we get dressed. No, if anything, I'll whip her into shape. She's got a stick up her ass the size of the Washington Monument. I laugh, and the others do too. Part of me imagines how she'd react if she heard me say that. She probably wouldn't like it. Wait, is she already getting me to settle down?
Chapter 5. Jasmine. As I watch Cameron leave, hockey bag over his shoulder, my mind is racing. As soon as the door closes, I turn my attention back to the men in front of me. Is he always like this? So nonchalant and aloof? Yeah, pretty much. He's not really the talkative type. Unless he's trying to hit on someone, Stephen replies. I see. He also doesn't really strike me as the romantic type either. You'd actually be surprised. I've seen some of the things he's done for girlfriends in the past. Not much lately, but I think he's just playing the field, not trying to settle down, Stephen explains. Yeah, I bet he's not trying to settle down. So, are we really going to go through marriage together? I'm not sure I'm on board with all of that. I imagine us at the altar, with him wearing a tuxedo t-shirt or something. I can't see him in anything really fancy. Well, if it comes to that, we might. This agreement hinges on taking this as far as it needs to go. If you do get married, you don't have to consummate it or anything, and it'll definitely end well before there's talk of having kids. Kids? I hadn't even thought that far. My mind wanders back to when I was younger, imagining how my wedding would go. I would marry someone who loved me and wanted to give me the world. Nothing like Cameron. He seems like the type who would have to be dragged kicking and screaming to marry someone. And give me the world? I highly doubt it. What's holding you back, Jasmine? David asks. He's been surprisingly quiet this whole meeting. Well, it's kind of a lot. I know it's all for show. But at the end of the day, I technically have to live with it for the rest of my life, right? It's not like once we call it off, we can tell everyone we were kidding. Yeah. It is a big commitment. But then again, so is making your career. This is a game changer for you. A chance to compete in the big leagues, David explains. The big leagues. Representing an actual NHL team. Then I can leverage this experience to represent other high-profile clients. Maybe politicians, celebrities, billionaires. But what about my reputation? There'll always be people assuming I made it because I slept my way to the top. Like I had to be with Cameron to get my career off the ground. I'll never get out from underneath that shadow. My mind races as I weigh the pros and cons. I can tell my silence is making the men uncomfortable. Why don't we tour the stadium? Give you an idea of where you'll be working. Remember, this isn't just about Cameron. You'll be working for the team. Stephen stands up, and the others follow. Donald stays seated, like he won't be joining us. Okay. I stand as they lead me out of the conference room. The stadium is so vast and imposing. Since it's closed to the public, it feels weird walking through the hallways and concession areas. Every footstep echoes through the ceilings, making it feel like we're walking through a cathedral or something. Stephen shows me some of the highlights of the stadium, including TVs for guests who are buying food and drinks, relaxation stations, and autograph booths. Then we move to the interior of the stadium, where the public isn't allowed. It's a series of hallways and doors. I can imagine it'll be easy to get lost. He shows me some of the administrative rooms, including a press box, meeting rooms, and office spaces. The entire place is empty, save for a few custodial workers. Finally, we make our way down to the floor. I can hear the faint sounds of the players in the locker room as they gear up for practice. You probably won't spend too much time down here, unless you like hockey, Steven asks. I've never really watched it before, but I might get into it. I chuckle nervously. We get closer to the locker rooms, and I can start to hear some of their conversations. It sounds like someone is talking to Cameron. So you gonna go straight or what? She gonna whip you into shape? One of them asks. No, if anything, I'll whip her into shape. She's got a stick up her ass the size of the Washington Monument. Cameron replies, laughing. I can hear the others laugh. Steven glances at me. Locker room talk. You know how it is. I'm sure he doesn't mean it. No, I get it. Guys always have to make it seem like they're the ones in charge, I reply. I try to shrug it off, but the comment gets to me. I remember how he laughed at me when I fell down in the conference room. He's such an immature butthole, and now I have to pretend to be in love with him. What kind of idiot would I be in this situation? Eventually, we make it to the back of the stadium at the parking garage. Well, I hope you can have a solid answer for us by the end of the day. We should really get a statement out to the press at least, even if we don't do a full press conference, Steven explains. Yeah, I'll have an answer for you. I think I'm okay with the deal, but I just need to work out some of the kinks on my end. Thank you so much for being patient. I shake everyone's hand before turning to get my car. Later, as I'm walking up to my house, I decide to dig a little deeper on Cameron West. I should get a complete sense of who he is before I make a final decision. His laughter still rings in my ear. Will he treat this whole thing like a joke? Will he treat me like a joke? Like one of his girlfriends who he couldn't care less about? I read through some of the headlines. West caught with married woman. West's conquests. By the numbers? The articles seem to range from women who are disgusted by his behavior to men who want to be like him. He's a typical jock. Just wants to puff his chest out and act all suave in front of other guys. Typical peacock behavior. And yet women still want to sleep with him and date him. Is it the allure of being with a celebrity, or does he actually have something to offer? As I get into my apartment, I read through an article about his supposed meet-cute with Destiny. The article dives deep into her life, how she's been married for 4 years, how they were all handsy at the store. Reading about it makes my stomach churn a little bit. While I've always been jealous of Destiny, I don't like how they're portraying her. They make it seem like she's a skank who is ready to drop her panties for a sports star like Cameron West. But one thing does stand out as I read more articles about him. Yes, he's a bit arrogant and brash, but he's not aggressive or overbearing. After reading an article from the perspective of his exes, he can actually be kind of sweet when he wants to be. I read about his first real girlfriend, Monica Barris. They were together for 3 years until she dumped him. Wait, maybe that's why he is the way he is. Maybe he had real feelings for her and got hurt. So now he keeps everyone at arm's length. Or maybe I'm just giving him too much credit. He's practically a high school dropout who loves fast cars, loose women, and partying all night long. Maybe I'm adding more depth than is really there. Suddenly I receive a text. Allegra Jameson. What does she want? How'd it go today? Did you swing and miss the Nighthawk account? It's okay if you did. David told me he'd give it to me if you boofed it. What a bitch, I murmur. Allegra has always been the one trying to bring me down. There are only a handful of women in the office, and I hate that she's so catty and petty. It makes the rest of us look like ditzy bimbos. It was perfect. I'll be handling most of the team's PR from now on. As I hit send, I realize what I'm saying. Am I really taking this job? Am I really going to pretend to be engaged to Cameron West? Well, that may actually help keep Allegra off my back. She'll be so jealous of our relationship. No response. But I can tell she read it. Typical. She always has a comment to bring me down, but nothing to say when I'm doing good. I decide to call David. The die has been cast, and I'm going for it. Cameron may be kind of a jerk, but he's nothing I can't handle. Hello? David answers. I'm in. Are you sure? Yes, draft the contract and I'll sign it. Let's do this. Okay, I'll let Stephen know. I'm sure we'll have something ready to go in the morning. Thank you, Jasmine. I'm glad to know you're on board. This will be good for everyone. I know it will. I'll see you later then, I reply, hanging up the phone. I get up and pour myself a glass of wine. While part of me is still wrestling with the idea of being Cameron's fake girlfriend, I try to look at the positive. Not only am I getting a fat bonus for taking this offer, but I'll come out on top. I'll get the sweet career advancement, and I can have my pick of clients when this is all said and done. Now that I'm feeling extra confident, I call Destiny. Hey, what's the word? She asks. Barely a hello before it's all about her. I have some pretty big news, actually. I'm about to solve all your problems. Do you have a few minutes?
Chapter 6. Cameron. Another meeting in such a short time. I was looking forward to a heavy gym session today. I wasn't given specific detail of what it'll be about, but I'm guessing it's going to be the same topic. I sigh as I walk into the large building. I mentally prepare myself for whatever nonsense is going to come up. Are they going through with this clown show? Or are they just going to leave me the hell alone already? I quickly nod at each person that passes me. The headquarters is always busy no matter what day or time it is. I just want to pop in and out as quickly as possible. When I get to the conference room, I walk in nonchalantly, already expecting an explanation of what's going on. Then I notice Miss Jasmine Morris sitting on one of the chairs. What the hell? I think to myself as I sit down on the opposite side. I thought I'd never hear from her again. She didn't look all too pleased about what she was offered. If she's here, then that means she's accepting it. No way. No one's crazy enough to accept such a stupid plan. Not even me. Except, as it turns out, maybe she is. Nice of you to join us, Cameron, Stephen says. I roll my eyes. I'm 5 minutes late. There was a lot of traffic. He hands a small stack of papers to each of us. I flip through the pages to scan its contents. It's a contract to this fake marriage plan. Jasmine carefully reads the first page, line by line, running her index finger over the page. Her body moves along with her finger, and I can't help but be amused by it. Even her body language is meticulous in her work. Any questions you may have, Jasmine, I'll answer them all, Stephen tells her. She nods and stops finger scanning the page. I was wondering about the specifics. Would it count as a temporary marriage and be annulled after a certain period of time? I'm not sure how it'd work in case I need to file government documents and stuff like that, since it's all fake. Stephen slides her stack of papers towards him and flips through a few pages. He points to a clause I can't read from where I sit. There won't be a loophole to this, I'm afraid. Even though it'll be a fake marriage, it'll be legal and real in the eyes of the law. She nods slowly, but I see her doubting this whole thing with the way she presses her lips together. I'm no more excited about it than she is, but as it turns out, I have no say in the matter. Then, hypothetically, I will have to change my last name to his for each and any kind of document. No. Legally, yes. This is a binding marriage, but we don't need to complicate things more than they are. Something like a name change is unnecessary paperwork on everyone's part. Jasmine sighs in relief. A little too much, if I say so myself. My last name isn't all that bad. In fact, it sounds luxurious even. Jasmine West has a better ring to it than Morris. Why am I even thinking that? That won't matter. What else is in here, Stephen? I ask as I get to a prenuptial agreement. Is this even needed? Yes, he says bluntly. Everything that's needed is written in these papers, including an NDA and Jasmine's PR contract and agreement. I made sure that every detail that we need is in there, and that everyone that needs to be involved is involved. When did you have time to come up with this? I'm not the only one working for you, Cameron. You already know this is a big deal, so we have to get the best out of it. He then goes on to ignore me to go through each page of the stack. I follow along to make sure I'm not left in the dark about any little thing. But I can't help but glance over at Jasmine every now and then. She pays close attention to everything Stephen says and follows his finger when he points. She takes notes every so often and asks Stephen to clarify certain things on the contract. The more we read through, the less complicated it seems. The prenup is simply to ensure that, in the divorce, I get to keep everything that's mine, and she has no right to it. I really expected her to protest or put up a fight, but she wasn't even fazed. She's more rigid when the NDA explanation comes up. What if this affects my career in the long run? I really can't say anything about this plan, she asks. Stephen shakes his head. Unfortunately, no. If word gets out that this was just a PR stunt, which it is, it'll make Cameron look worse than he already does. I scoff. That's a bit harsh. No one else to blame but yourself, he retorts. He turns back to Jasmine. I don't want to sound rude, but how do you think this will affect you? It's like a case of a failed office romance. Wouldn't that go on my record of being a part of a hostile work environment? Stephen points to the bottom of the page. That's why we especially put that the marriage will end amicably. Also why we're asking that you two get along on and off camera. Her face goes rigid, and I notice her jaw clench. It makes me want to laugh at her failed attempt to hide her distaste towards me. It's cute and irritating at the same time. What's not to like about me? I think just about anyone would want to be in her position. I clear my throat to get their attention. I have no problem with that at all. But if we're going to make this work and have you at least like me, what will make you more comfortable about it? She bops her head side to side, thinking. The contracts look fine to me so far, but I want details on how the actual relationship will work. Such as, for starters, physical contact. I smirk. I'm fine with that. She raises her eyebrows incredulously. Well, I'm not. I won't be comfortable with kissing or any wandering hands. You really think people will believe we're madly in love if we're not kissing in public? He's right, Jasmine. Fans overanalyze anything these days, Stephen adds. Why can't it be just hand-holding and a hug once in a while? If it makes you feel better, how about kissing only when paparazzi's around? When it's just the two of us, I'll keep my distance. She hesitates at first, but ultimately agrees. Fine, but no tongue. And since you mention it, are we going to have to spend time together? Just the two of us? If we want this to work, we need to get along. Does that mean also living together? Stephen jumps in. Not while you're engaged, but once you're married, yes. Both of us wince at the mention of it. This is going to be drawn out until the public forgets about my scandal. I thought this would be, at max, a 3-month ordeal. Truthfully, I don't even want to get to the marriage part either. I plan to spend as much time as I can at the fiancé stage where none of us are legally bound to another. If being fiancé is enough to ease the crowd, then we won't need to get married. All we have to do is spend a lot of time together, pretend we're deeply in love, and just give everyone a good show. It's all an act, that's all. Jasmine stares at the papers laid out in front of her. The agreement page sits right under her nose as she stares at it intently. She bites her lower lip and taps her fingers on the desk. Then she sighs and picks up a pen. She's actually signing it. No damn way. Are you sure? Stephen asks for the both of us. Jasmine shrugs. It's unconventional, but it doesn't sound so bad after all the explanations. I don't think I'll struggle with this, honestly. Pretending to commit to someone will be easier for me after all. I perk up, an eyebrow highly arched. Why is that? Well, because I've been in a committed relationship. What makes you think I haven't? She stares at me with another incredulous look. There's a sneer hiding underneath those lips. It's taunting me. Come on, seriously. I cross my arms. What? You don't think I'll be able to pull this off as well as you? I don't want to be mean, but no, she says without missing a beat. We're doing this for a reason, you know. Wow, okay. Little Miss Perfect thinks that I won't be a good boyfriend and it'll be smooth sailing for her. Does she really think she can do better than me at this? I can be a good boyfriend, fiancé, husband, whatever if I want to. I'm just not crazy enough to want to do it. But now I don't have a choice in the matter. I'll show her a good damn partner. I take my stack of papers and sign the agreement. There. Signed. We're doing this. I turn to her. You'll see how great I am. She rolls her eyes. Whatever you say. We sign the rest of the papers before closing the meeting. Stephen collects our signatures and runs off to his office to process everything. Jasmine stands from her seat to leave, nearly making a run for the door. Wait, I say as I grab her wrist. What is it? We need to go ring shopping. After all, what kind of fiancé would I be without a ring?
Chapter 7. Jasmine. I don't know if this is too much or too little, I say to my reflection. I tried a soft glam makeup look, but I think I went a little too overboard with the eye pencil. I wasn't sure how fancy a charity event tends to be, but it's too late to wipe it all off. This will be the first event where Cameron and I go out in public as his fiancé. An official response to the scandal sharing our engagement went out later the same day we both signed. I look down at my hand, admiring the ring he bought me 2 days ago. He picked it out himself, claiming he knew more about jewelry than me. Although I don't want to admit it, he got a beautiful ring. It's a pear-cut diamond ring with an encrusted band. That's why it was so expensive. I tried telling him to buy something cheaper, but he insisted. Well, I'll give it back when this is all over, I remind myself. I look at my phone and realize that Cameron will be here any minute. Quickly, I comb my hair and get dressed. I slip on a green satin dress that hugs my body and accentuates my collarbones. It's embossed with a floral pattern and has a slit on my right leg. It's simple but elegant, perfect for tonight's event. After the finishing touches, I look at myself in the mirror. The longer I stare, the faster my heart beats. This is happening. I'm going through this. Will everything go smoothly? So many thoughts and scenarios run through my head. All I can think about is the best way to act naturally in love with someone I just met. But I have to remind myself this is for the good of my career. It takes the heat off my sister. It'll all be worth it. My phone dings. It's Cameron telling me he's outside already. I grab a small purse and spritz on perfume before meeting Cameron. I'm going head first into the unknown of celebrity life. Nerves and excitement hang in the air. When I walk outside, Cameron's leaning against the passenger door of his car. Unknowingly, I scan over his appearance, noticing how his muscles still show underneath the suit. He looks so good dressed like that, I think to myself involuntarily. I bite my tongue, tearing my thoughts away from this sudden and unexpected attraction to him. He looks handsome, but a good suit does wonders for any guy. He opens the door for me, gesturing for me to get in. You look lovely, he says. Oh, thanks. You too. When we arrive at the event, my legs are still shaking as he pulls up to the valet. I don't know if it's nervousness or the drive. Cameron drives fast. Hold on, Cameron says. He gets out and tosses his keys to the valet. Then he opens my door, offering his hand. I awkwardly accept it, collecting myself before I step out of the car. But as soon as my feet touch the ground, Cameron grabs me by the waist and gives me the biggest kiss. He even cups my face as he smooches me. I'm too shocked to even respond. He breaks the kiss and nonchalantly smiles at the horde of people looking at us. I'm like a deer in headlights. He turns over at me and winks. I frown at him, ignoring the heat in my cheeks. It's all part of the show, Miss Perfect, and I'm winning. He whispers in my ear. You're used to this. I'm not. He shrugs and leads me through the entrance with his hand on the small of my back. I can feel him go lower as a photographer asks for us to pose. I try my best not to let my discomfort show, but I feel my jaw clench. How am I going to pull this off with so many attractive people here? Cameron's hand snakes over my hip, pulling me close to him. I shoot him a look. I can't let him make me look stupid. I will not let a playboy like him be a better fiancé than me. I softly pat my cheeks to shake away my nervousness. I put on my best and fakest face for everyone to see how happy I am. He glances at me and smirks at my determined expression. Bring it on, jerk. I can't believe how amazing you look. I could just eat you up. He boldly bites my cheek, garnering attention from a group of women standing by the wine bar. I take this as my opportunity to out-charm him. I pretend to giggle behind my hand and give him a peck on the lips. If anyone looks amazing, it's you. You look so handsome wearing a suit, I say as I caress his arm up and down. He's caught off guard for a split second before an amused spark shows in his eye. A grin pulls at my lips, but I keep it under wraps. It's just the beginning of this little play. Soon enough, we gather a little crowd. Some are people Cameron's acquainted with, and others just want to know who he's paired up with. I present myself as a fiancé, making sure to give everyone an eyeful at my ring. How did he ask you? One of the women, a model, asks. Cameron and I exchange looks. He raises his eyebrow, waiting for me to come up with something. I clear my throat. He proposed on the Eiffel Tower, is the first thing out of my mouth. A chorus of ahs echoes among the crowd. I nod bashfully as I beam at Cameron as if he's the most precious thing on earth. It was so romantic. He adorned the entire level with roses and made sure fireworks would go off in the distance so I could see them once I accepted. That's so extravagant of you, Cameron, a popular football player comments. Cameron chuckles. Once you find the one, you just want to give them the best of everything. He kisses the top of my head. Are you thirsty, sweetheart? Want a glass of Chardonnay? Yes, please. He leaves me alone with the group, but I make sure to stare at him still. The others notice how I can't just keep my eyes off of him, and when he turns around, he winks at me and I send him a kiss. As the night goes on, it starts feeling normal to hold his hand every chance I get. I don't flinch when he wraps his arm around my shoulders or waist. At some point, Cameron gets bored entertaining other guests and whisks me away to a table. He pulls out a chair for me, and I graciously take it. When he sits down, he pulls my chair closer to his and rests his hand on my lap. Tired already? He asks, grazing my leg with his thumb. Not really, but I am feeling hungry. The spread here looks so good. I glance out at the tables with food on them. That soup reminds me of something my grandma used to make. You cook? He asks. I chuckle instinctively. No, I burn toast. I've never been good in the kitchen, although I've always wanted to be. My grandma was the family chef. I guess you could say I'm better at eating than making anything. Sweet or savory? He asks, pulling me closer. I'm a dessert gal myself, I respond. Well, then you're in luck. Dessert's right here, he says as he gestures to himself. I laugh and roll my eyes. Not the type of sweets I'm talking about. Really? But I think you're the sweetest of all, he says in a syrupy, sweet, slightly sarcastic voice. That's so corny, I snort. But you do look like the type to say those things. Excuse me, I can be smooth if I want to. I flutter my eyelashes and lean close to him. Not like me. He scoffs. Look at you. I guess proposing at the Eiffel Tower gave you a big head. I do deserve the best. Don't I, baby? We both laugh and drink from our glasses. Everything's going smoothly, and the event's much more relaxing than I imagined. The people aren't as rude as I imagined them to be, just curious. I have to say that it goes well for our first public outing. We walk hand in hand as we leave. I wear his coat over my shoulders, and he carefully guides me down the steps. The valet recognizes him and heads for the car. As he leaves, I'm suddenly surrounded by flashing lights and loud voices. I shield my eyes, not expecting to be nearly blinded by the flashes. I try to walk away, but the paparazzi circle me, getting a little too close. Cameron, I call for him. Don't let go of me. He pulls me by the hand and makes a run for it the other way. The paparazzi follows behind us, still barking out invasive questions about our relationship. Before they can get closer to us, Cameron takes a sharp turn and leads me through the back alleys. Slowly, the noise of the cameras fades into the distance, but we're still running. Now it's just the sound of our footsteps and the buzzing of the lively city. He dodges puddles and cuts through corners with thrilling agility as if this was a rendezvous. He stops running to let me catch my breath. I pant as he takes a look out for more paparazzi. We stopped at a small intersection between 4 buildings. An orange light flickers above us. Droplets of water fall from the rusted pipes and create ripples in the puddles near our feet. You think we lost them? I ask. Looks like it, but we're still not safe, he says. He puts a hand on my shoulder. Are you okay? Did you hurt your foot? No, I pant. It's just that I'm not exactly a runner, but these shoes are surprisingly agile. Sorry about that. I didn't think they would be on the hunt. It's okay. This is what I signed up for after all. I can't promise this won't be the only time. He takes my hand. Come on. You must be tired. Let's take you home. Thank you. As he pulls me close, we lock eyes. Only the sounds of the street and our panting fill the air. The moment lingers, and I realize how beautiful his eyes are. I take in his chiseled chin, the faint stubble around his lips. I barely notice that the space between us has shrunk until we're practically pressed against each other. We still say nothing, only staring at each other. We should head back to the car, he whispers. Although his voice is hushed, it shatters the silence like an air horn. I nod in agreement. Even though what's left of the night goes normally, the initial excitement doesn't subside when I get home. It's all I can think about, and I can't ignore the rush of adrenaline I felt when we did our spontaneous exit. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. It all feels like an adventure, taking part in a fake marriage and avoiding paparazzi. But I think my racing heart has more to do with Cameron's unexpected charm.
Chapter 8. Cameron. I can't believe we're going to a cooking class. She jumps and claps in place. I'll admit it's really cute how much she's looking forward to it. Although the mall isn't typically my scene, I planned this second date on an offhand comment she made at the event. After hearing her talk about her grandma and how she wasn't very good at cooking, I thought this would be a great way to break the ice. Although she's more of a dessert person, I figure it can't hurt for her to learn a few of the basics. This class specializes in French cooking. It may not be the same as her grandmother's, but beef bourguignon can never go wrong. The mall is small and a little empty, but that's better for me and her. After the paparazzi incident, I feel like she deserves something more low-key. Besides, she looks much more relaxed out of a fancy dress, not having to put up a mask in front of 300 people. We get to the restaurant, currently closed for meal service, where the class is held. When Jasmine notices the kind of cuisine it is, she squeals and jumps in place again. A French cooking class? No way. Now she's the one grabbing my hand to drag me inside. We follow the signs that show us where the class takes place. I can already hear the bustling kitchen filled with laughter and clattering utensils. The instructor is a tall but chubby older man with a perfect mustache and Waldo glasses. There are 4 other couples here, and they're organizing their setup just as we get to our spot. Welcome, I'm Chef Bernard. I see that everyone's here. Grab an apron, wash your hands, and let's get started. After following the chef's instructions, we go back to our table. All we have to do for now is preheat the oven while the chef explains how we'll make the stew. Jasmine's eyes are wide and bright. I smirk, a sense of pride growing in my chest. Try not to burn anything, all right? I say. If anyone's burning anything, it's you. I get the task of searing the meat while Jasmine cuts the vegetables. I'm careful not to burn myself or the steak. Chef Bernard specified that it still needs to cook when putting it in the oven. When I look over at Jasmine's cutting board, I almost drop the tongs on the piping pan. What kind of shapes are those? What do you mean? He said dice the carrots. No, not the carrots. Dice the onions. The carrots are supposed to be in circles. How can I cut circles? Are you being for real? Cameron, the meat! That's too much! One side of the meat ends up being darker than the others. Jasmine ends up having to ask for spare carrots. It's safe to say that we're both sucking at this. At least she's still laughing about it, even though it's at me. To not get so overwhelmed, Chef Bernard suggests doing a side dish. He says one of us should make potato au gratin. It's easy and without any hassle. Jasmine carefully peels potatoes while I saute the vegetables. I notice she's peeling in a way that can cut her. So I lower down the heat and hold her hands gently. Do it this way. You can hurt yourself the way you're doing it, I explain as I maneuver her hands. Like this? I nod. Yeah, just like that. Good job. I go back to my pan while she works the au gratin. She's doing it how I told her, but moves her body with each peel. It reminds me of how she moved when she scanned papers with her fingers. She catches me staring and smirks. You're still sautéing? Sheesh. They're not ready yet. You're still peeling those small potatoes. So? I want them to be perfect. You're going to burn those onions like you burn the meat. Because you don't know how to cut vegetables, Miss Perfect. Yeah, go back to sautéing, mister. I chuckle and expertly swish the vegetables with a flip of the pan. I look over my shoulder to see Jasmine looking at me and send her a wink. She rolls her eyes and starts to cut the potatoes. Oddly enough, she does them better than the carrots. Chef Bernard walks around the room to see if we need any help. Jasmine may need some guidance, but it's not her fault. I tend to outshine those around me, on and off the ice. So, is beef stew all your grandma made for you? I ask. No, she made a bunch of things. She was a great baker, too. But beef stew reminds me of the cold season when we'd spend time at her house getting it ready for Christmas. You and your sister? She smiles for a moment, but her expression turns somber. Yeah, before hormones kicked in and we decided to hate each other during middle school. Do hormones actually work like that? She looks up to me and shrugs. It's a girl thing. You wouldn't understand. Believe me, I do. I have 2 older sisters and a lot of cousins. You have siblings? Yep. I'm the youngest of the bunch. So you're the spoiled one, I'm guessing. If anyone was spoiled, it was my sisters. My brother and I got in trouble a lot because of them. Like what? Everything, really. I'm amazed they turned out as decent human beings. Although they can be a little bitchy sometimes. Hey, what a mean thing to say. Well, it's true. I got in trouble if I touched a hair on any of them, even when I didn't. Sure. She laughs. She places the dish inside the oven while I make the thickener. What about your brother? You get along well? You could say that, but I don't see much of him anymore. We're both too busy to hang out nowadays. I barely see him during the holidays, too. It's kind of like my family. I don't swing much by my parents' house to get together. Why? She shrugs. I guess you could say I'm also pretty busy. She stays quiet for a moment, lost in thought. She fiddles around with the spoons in front of her. Can you give me a napkin? Somehow my hands got dirty. She giggles as she gets one. Instead of handing it to me, she wipes my hands with it carefully. Thank you. You're very welcome. She smiles at me, and there's a brief moment when we're quiet and looking at each other. What breaks our attention is Chef Bernard clapping his hands to give the next part of the explanation. Throughout the rest of the class, I steal glances at her. We cook the rest without incident, except when she nearly drops the dish on her foot. It's a great save when I quickly catch it. Other than that, I find myself to be relaxing too. At the end of the lesson, we get to eat what we made. Jasmine brims with excitement as she takes the first bite of the stew. When the flavor settles in, she hums with utter bliss. Her au gratin isn't all too bad either. We box up what we can, and I let her take it with her. I help carry it for her, and we're on our way out. But once we step outside, it's pouring cats and dogs. The sky's dark, and the thunder's almost deafening. Huh? I didn't see this in the forecast, I say. She shrugs. It's okay, we can keep eating this at the food court. Going along with her idea, we stick around and spend more time together. And it's nice, actually, just sharing more childhood stories about one another. We end up finishing the stew and half of the au gratin. About an hour or so passes, even though it feels like less. You think it let up yet? She asks. Let's go see. We stand from the chairs and she throws the to-go box away. As I reach Jasmine, I hear someone shouting my name. Cameron! I quickly recognize the woman approaching us. She's an old flame from a few months back. Her name is Kimberly, and she's a sports model. She opens her arms to hug me, but I back away. Hey, what's up? Long time no see, I say. Too long. I didn't know you came here. Shopping? She asks, glancing at Jasmine. No, I came to a cooking class. With my fiancée, Jasmine, I say as I lift her left hand. Kimberly stares in awe and her smile turns rigid. She doesn't spare Jasmine a glance and keeps looking at me. Oh, how sweet. A cooking class. I wish I could attend one, but I don't want to go by myself. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it sure can be. Well, nice running into you. We have plans for later, I say as I take Jasmine by the shoulders and walk away. Kimberly doesn't follow behind, and we can safely go towards the exit. Jasmine turns tense under my hold, and she's suddenly quiet. You okay? She looks up at me and gives a fake smile. Yep, I'm fine. Thanks.
Chapter 9. Jasmine. It's a pleasant surprise to see Cameron already at the gallery entrance when I arrive. He can be on time for something. I'm not shocked to see him flanked by admirers. He's indulging several of them by allowing them to take selfies with him. While smiling for a photo, he notices me and smiles wider. I impulsively smile back. Sorry, he tells his fans. I looked away because my lovely fiancé walking up distracted me. You want to take another one? After taking another, Cameron excuses himself and walks over to me. He stares at me in silence. I lock eyes with him, attempting to determine if the look on his face is one of smugness. After several minutes of us staring at each other, I can no longer take it. What? I demand. I win, he declares. Ugh, you're a mess, I joke. Why the staring contest? What did I do now? He asks. Nothing. I guess I'm surprised you showed. When I suggested it on the phone, you didn't sound enthusiastic about joining me. Have you ever read an article about me being at an art gallery, or even buying a piece of art? No, I suppose I haven't. So why are we here, Jasmine? Because you want to please your lovely fiancé, and you need to soften your edges a bit. You're not the partying playboy anymore, Cameron. I know. Is that it? Did I really distract you? Oh, that? You'll get used to hearing stuff like that. The public will eat it up. Oh, right. His comment reminds me I'm supposed to be the marketing expert in this relationship. Instead, I reacted like a flattered schoolgirl. To save face, I lean in closer to him and speak in a soft tone. Gotta make sure we lay it on for the public. As if on cue, Cameron holds his arm out for me to take. I wrap my arm in his, and we walk toward the gallery entrance. As we enter the gallery, my eyes widen at the array of vibrant and thought-provoking exhibits. I can't contain my enthusiasm as I walk from one artwork to another. This piece is from the Indigenous Art Collection, I begin. Cameron stands beside me, wraps one arm around my waist and leans in my direction. Really? I say, my eyes dancing. Pointing at the piece, I continue. You can tell by the detail of the piece that the artist used linen canvas instead of cotton. It's almost in the style of pointillism because it seems like the artist created the bulk of it by using dots. That's the type of detail that takes patience, not to mention an Indigenous artist would naturally choose a linen canvas for its environmental benefits. I'm impressed by how you know these details, from the style to the type of canvas. I smile, gently grasp his index finger, and guide him to the next piece of art that catches my eye. I think this one is amazing. It's digital. Look at the vibrant colors. Cameron focuses on the piece. Dang, that is amazing. Isn't it? I exclaim with excitement. This artist took photographs and used digital collage layering to create it. I survey the room for something unique to present, separate from the other artworks we viewed. Through the doors to another room, I spot an installation that will serve my purpose. I take his hand in mine. Come with me. I pull him in front of a set of framed black and white pieces. Each is a different drawing that reminds me of a quick sketch. This series of line drawings has a sense of minimalism, completely different from what we've seen so far. I'm not sure minimalism is the word I would use, Cameron retorts. This one has a lot going on. I follow his gaze to the middle of the series. It's a line drawing depicting a woman with her head raised high and a man with his head lowered. They are kissing with eyes closed. No bodies exist, only the flowing wavy lines of her hair, which connect to the artist's signature. What happens when we kiss? I whisper. Cameron spins in my direction. Say what? The name of the piece. Oh. Cameron turns to look at it again. This feels like something I would put in a bedroom, or even a living room. Yeah, I could see you doing that. I wonder how comfortable he is with me since he's saying the quiet part out loud. Sure, he's not an art enthusiast or anything, but he'd use it to get laid. Then my curiosity gets the better of me, and I lift my head to look at him. What do you know about minimalism? I ask. Not much, but I get it means there's less clutter in life, mentally and physically. It would be the same in art, I suppose. Once more, my gaze fixates on the black and white line drawing. I think I understand what you mean. There may not be color or depth on the canvas, but there's movement and emotion. It has a lot of substance. Yeah, Cameron agrees. This entire series could be somebody using a large sketch pad to reminisce about a date they had. I could see that, I say. Looking from frame to frame, I see a horse, a picnic basket with fruit hanging out, a fence with a man leaning on it, a lady smiling, and of course, the kissing one. Maybe it's true, Cameron mutters to himself. What's true? I ask. He looks at me in surprise before responding. The cliché about a picture being worth 1,000 words. At that moment, I feel a shift. A surge of confidence overwhelms me, compelling me to reveal something more of myself. The drawings here remind me of comics I drew when I was little. They had weird creatures that combined different animals. Nowadays, they call it animal mashup art. They resembled something like a mythological griffin. I'd make them heroes of comics and the beautiful ones, villains. Why? Cameron asks. Are you biased against attractive people? No, that wasn't it at all. It was usually the beautiful ones that didn't understand me. As a kid, I felt more tolerated than understood. We hung out, but I was usually the +1 tag-along, dragged along by my sister. I see. He pauses. Now things are making more sense to me. What do you mean? Cameron leans down closer, quickly checks the surroundings, and says in a hushed tone, "Well, I wouldn't advertise this, but I'm a pretty big gamer. At least, I used to be when I had the downtime." Okay, so what does that have to do with me? He stands up straight and gives me a look of disbelief. Jasmine, a true gamer who plays strategic war games, understands the ones in mythological settings almost always have griffins. Having one on your side to fight for you is an enormous advantage. I'm still not following him, so I shrug and gesture for him to get to the point. As if he's revealing a secret, he steps closer. You know, it's said that griffins mate for life once they find a partner. And if that partner dies, the other continues living a solitary life, never searching for another. Well, that's rather morbid and lonely. You're the one creating griffin-like creatures in an imaginary comic world. Something tells me you were looking for somebody who understood you. Someone you could have on your side for the rest of your life. That person who would fight for you. At Cameron's statement, I feel my heart start to palpitate and heat surge through my ears. What he says resonates with me. This is the first time anyone has understood my childhood experience and put it into words. Neither Destiny nor Tom understands what my comic drawings mean to me. I think Cameron senses my moment of realization. I'm sorry if I hit a nerve. Don't be. It feels good to talk about it. Definitely not a conversation I could have with my ex. Maybe it's just easier to talk to a stranger. Cameron's eyes widen. He pulls me close to him and brings his hands to the small of my back. I look up into his eyes as he speaks. Honey, what do you mean? I'm not a stranger. I'm the love of your life, right? Your personal griffin, ready to fight for you? His comment makes me giggle and roll my eyes. I suppose you are, sweetheart. As we walk hand in hand toward the gallery exit, I whisper to Cameron. You surprised me. A real sport about it all. My ex would have been on a bench or at a cash bar waiting for it to be over. If he came at all, I keep that thought to myself. I do what I can to keep the people happy, but I actually enjoyed myself. Maybe it's because you were giving the tour, he says while nudging me with his elbow. It was nice seeing you get animated about stuff that would probably have had me sitting on a bench with your boy. Where's your car? I ask him when we exit. Thought we could walk a bit if that's okay with you. Sure, I reply. Cameron offers me his hand. I look at him with uncertainty. I know my lovely fiancé is not afraid to hold my hand in public. He looks into my eyes. Is she? And with that admonishment, I take his hand. As we stroll through the vibrant streets of Manchester, the pitter-patter of raindrops adds a romantic touch to the evening. With the paparazzi snapping our picture, I can't help but feel a sense of unease about being in the public spotlight. I'm sure the girl from the mall wouldn't feel bothered. In fact, she looked eager to hang onto his arm and strike a pose. Lying in bed that night, I grapple with unfamiliar emotions as memories of my public dates with Cameron linger. My breathing becomes shallow, wondering if he may be someone who gets me. But I am torn between the fear of getting hurt again and the joy I feel with him.
Chapter 10. Cameron. I'm just outside my chartered plane waiting for Jasmine to pull up. When she arrives, she steps out wearing a pink leather jacket, a matching pink pencil skirt, tan above-the-knee boots, and holding a tan tote. She looks like an eccentric celebrity. I walk up to her, smile, plant a kiss on her cheek, and give her a big bear hug. To my surprise, Jasmine melts into my arms as if we've held each other like this 1,000 times. Then she looks up at me and smiles. Looks like you're the first to arrive again. I don't want to make you wait, I say. Of course, I can't help but tease her. So, are you auditioning for a revival of Grease? One of the pink ladies? She chuckles. You'd be surprised to know that I understand that reference, although I'm surprised that you know it. I'm full of surprises, Miss Perfect. As I'm finding out. Placing my hand at the small of her back, I guide her up the steps to the plane. Once inside, she looks at the interior, then at me. Nice. I always wondered how the other side lived. I flash her a smile. Well, have a seat and enjoy it. She takes a seat in a recliner next to the window. I gesture to the adjacent seat. May I sit next to you? I ask. Jasmine looks at one of the staff who is walking in our direction before replying. Of course, darling. When I take my seat, Jasmine looks at me. How did you have time to plan this? I smile and shrug. That's what personal assistants are for, dear. I'm fortunate to have found my assistant, Chelsea, through a top-rated celebrity staffing agency. This agency knows how to find high-end luxury items and understands the meaning of the word discretion. Tonight, I'm planning a private yacht cruise around Manhattan. It makes me feel like a big shot. I know I'm a sports star, but I've always been the person who wants something different, something that would make everyone say, wow. Sailing under the city lights is the perfect way to catch Jasmine's attention. As the crew gets the plan ready, Jasmine laces her fingers in mine and squeezes tightly. Nervous? I ask. Kind of. I've actually never been too comfortable on planes, to be honest. Just the takeoff and landing, though. She tightens her grip a bit more. I pull her hand up to me and kiss the back of it gently. She turns to stare in my eyes. It's all okay, my dear. I've got you. She sighs heavily and rests her head against my shoulder. The gesture feels so natural and unrehearsed. Instinctively, I kiss the top of her head. We sit in silence for the rest of the flight while looking out the window in our faux cuddle. In contrast, the car ride to the pier finds us noticeably apart. She sits by her window and I am at mine. During the ride, I reach over and grab her hand. Although she doesn't pull away, she remains silent and lost in thought. Once we board the yacht, our guide informs us the closet is available to hang our coats, jackets, or bags while we enjoy the cruise. Jasmine takes off her leather jacket, revealing she is not wearing a pencil skirt but an off-the-shoulder cocktail dress. What? Jasmine asks me. I realize immediately that I've been staring at her since she removed the jacket. I don't think I know anyone who could pull off a leather jacket and a cocktail dress. You make it work. Shall we go through the normal tour script, or will you prefer to just enjoy the ride and dinner? The guide asks. How about we play it by ear? I respond. Certainly, sir. Where is your restroom? Jasmine asks the guide. Just downstairs, past the kitchen. Thank you. She turns to me. See you in a bit. I lean down and give her a gentle kiss on her lips. Hurry back. I notice her relaxed grin, a far cry from its initial stiffness during our first public performance. Maybe we're both getting the hang of this, I think as I walk to the front of the boat. My excitement soars as the yacht glides through the waves. I'm standing at the bow when Jasmine returns, looking like an angel out of a dream. With her hair flowing in the wind, she is breathtaking. I'm blown away by her beauty at this moment, and know even after we've gone our separate ways, this will stay with me forever. Look how the city lights reflect off the water, she says as she points at different spots. They transform everything into a romantic backdrop. Unable to think of anything smooth to say, I hum in response. It's like someone painted the skyline with these vibrant strokes of color that cast an enchanting glow on the night. Still looking out at the water, I respond. Jasmine, I can tell you're a creative person. You like creating art of all kinds, it seems. Even culinary art. I turn in her direction. What else do you like making? I've always enjoyed taking ideas or items that seem unrelated to each other and making something inspirational. Is that why you went into marketing? Yeah, I guess so. When it's all said and done, That is what I do. That is what I love about my work. Something about her response moves me. I place my hand on her arm and stand behind her. I clumsily hug her from behind, my hands clasped together. She places her hands on top of mine as we both continue looking out on the shimmery waters. Jasmine, I know it's been difficult trying to get to know me with cameras flashing in your eyes, even though, ironically, you wouldn't be here if it weren't for the cameras. That's true. Do you think... I hesitate, not knowing how to ask the question. Finally, I blurt it out. Do you think we could be friends when this is all over? It's fun getting to know you. Jasmine breaks the embrace, turns around, and stares into my eyes. Before she can answer, the tour guide appears. Excuse me. Your dinner will be served shortly. We've placed a bottle of champagne at your table. Thank you, I say, and hold out my hand for Jasmine to take. She accepts it, and we walk to the deck. I let her slip into the cushioned seat first, and then follow. After opening the bottle of champagne, I fill 2 flutes. Then I lift my glass. To friendship. Jasmine lifts her glass and takes a sip. Sitting side by side at the table, I turn toward her. I got you a gift. Really? What is it? I'm surprised you didn't see the box on the table. Jasmine gasps, picks up the box, and opens it. Inside is a necklace with a silver bar pendant that says, I am enough. The look of surprise and appreciation on her face is priceless. Nailed it, Cameron. When she looks up at me, her eyes are misty. Why? She asks in a whisper. Well, I guess because I get it. It's difficult being different, no matter what the difference is. Jasmine turns toward me and puts her hand on my leg. Come on, Cameron. What about your life is difficult? Well, it's difficult making real friends off the ice. It's easy to be a playboy hockey player and not question if people want something from you, but 9 times out of 10 they do. Judging by all the damage control you have to do, I guess that's fair. It's surprising how easily you can forget somebody when there is no attachment to them. Names and places blur together and eventually fade away. It's no wonder you're such an amazing player. You know exactly where you stand when you're on the ice. Your teammates will support you no matter what, and there's pretty much no prospect of being betrayed. But I'm more than a big name in the NHL, Jasmine. I'm more than someone's 15 minutes of fame. There's a lot I want to do with the platform I have. As I'm finishing my confession, I look down to see Jasmine holding my hand. Her eyes now shine with understanding and empathy. I can see you doing a lot of good with your platform. You're an intelligent, charismatic, nice guy. But we'll keep that last one to ourselves. Thanks, Jasmine. Thank you, she responds. And yes. I'm not sure what she means with that last statement. Yes, what? Yes. It is possible we can be friends when this is all over. I'll admit, I didn't see you the same way when we first met. It's been fun getting to know you, too. Hell, it might even make for an intriguing story. The love ends, yet the friendship remains. Think of it this way. At least you won't be alone without your griffin to protect you. Jasmine gives me a big hug. Thank you, Cameron. I appreciate the gift. When she releases the hug, she looks at me for a moment and then kisses me. I'm so surprised, but then I get hungry for more and pull her closer, kissing her even more passionately. When we finally come up for air, we just look at each other in shock, like, is this really happening? You're welcome, I say, going in for another kiss right away. She pushes herself out of my arms. What are we doing, Cameron? I don't know. Playing it by ear. In the end, we can't resist anymore. We embrace each other in a kiss that's filled with passion and an understanding of our true selves.
Chapter 11. Jasmine. Everything about Cameron far exceeds my expectations. He's more than a hockey star. He's kind and generous. Our date proved that to me. As we sit cozied up on the yacht, I find myself captivated by Cameron's every word. His eyes twinkle with genuine interest when he listens intently to my own stories. The conversation flows effortlessly, and I can't help but be drawn to his infectious laughter that echoes through the room. As the evening passes, we discover shared hobbies and dreams, realizing that our connection extends far beyond our initial attraction. Soon we're back at his place and my heart pounds. I know what we're doing here, and I want it to happen. I want to be with him. Want to get access to the full steamy scene? Even though YouTube won't allow us to put something so spicy on the air, you can still find it on tylawalker.com. Miss Tyla has an awesome collection of uncut, uncensored audiobooks and ebooks. Get a 40% discount on all digital products with code SAVE40, which you can even apply to bundles listed at an already discounted price. Pretty sweet deal, huh? For now, let's get back to the story and hash out the dirty details later.
Chapter 12. Cameron. The locker room echoes with my teammates' voices as they finish putting on their pads and lacing up. Hey, how's the wedding planning going? I can see Daryl smiling through his helmet as he taps me with his stick. We've all been wondering what it felt like to be a wedding cake topper. Is life as uncomfortable as it seems up there? Dylan comes right behind him. Can she come by and clean my reputation once she's done cleaning yours? I roll my eyes, shake my head, and grip my stick. I'll see if she has a colleague you can put on retainer. Dom and Ty, both defensive players, laugh and join in. How long's your contract? Maybe she'll want an upgrade once it's done, Dominic jeers. I don't know, might be a bidding war, Dom, Tyler shoots back. Come on, guys, just stop it, I say through gritted teeth. Maybe it was funny at first, but it's not anymore. It just makes you look like assholes. Hey, you were in on the joke before. I didn't realize you'd gotten sensitive, Dylan says. It's not about being sensitive. It's about being respectful, and I don't want you insulting her. Message received, man. I get it. Dom lands a friendly hand on my shoulder, and the others mutter apologies that seem sincere enough. Dylan taps my stick with his on top of that, as if to say we're cool. I don't want to make a big thing of it, but I don't want to see her disrespected. Don't worry about it, no harm done. It's not like I'm sharing my personal life all over the place and things change quickly. I know all too well how quickly. All I've been able to think about this morning is her. When I left her in her bed to get to the rink, it was hard to believe that only a few hours before she was riding me wildly, passion emanating from every inch of her body. West, did you forget there's a game about to start? I was so wrapped up in the memories of last night, I didn't even realize the players were filing out of the locker room. That's not like me. Thanks for the reminder, Coach. He grins and gives me a fist bump, and I catch up with the rest of the team onto the ice. Yeah, I think I'm starting to get hooked. I'm greeted by the roaring crowd and the sound of scraping ice. I give a head nod, lift an arm to greet the crowd, and scan the crowd for her. I texted her just after I left this morning. Hey, Sleepy, thanks for last night. Had to leave early for the game. You still coming? I try not to think too much about the lack of response, but I keep going to the boards to check my phone to make sure things are okay. Sex can change things, and I don't want it to affect our relationship. Relationship. It's the weirdest relationship I've been in, considering I'm not even quite sure it is one. You checking to see if your 15 minutes are up, cowboy? Dominic yells out as I hover over my phone, happy to bust my balls. Nah, just seeing what your mother sent. Ha. There's a notification, and I find myself hoping it's Jasmine. I think so. Good luck out there today, I text back. Thanks. Hopefully you can wish me luck in person. If you come, I'll meet you in the stands. I glide out onto the ice. As I get ready, I do frequent 360 laps, scanning the boxes to see if she accepted. Eventually, I spot her radiant smile, and I have to suppress my own. Her brown skin glows against her off-white snow bunny scarf. I definitely lucked out with who they picked. I try to stop images of the date, parts 1 and 2, from flooding my mind to no avail. I wave my stick to her, and she gives me a nod and a laugh. Go, West! I'm grinning more than I should be during the Star-Spangled Banner, while I try to maintain my focus. My adrenaline directs my attention to the game about to start. "Back off," I can hear the ref say, and I know it's going to be a fierce game out there. I keep my eyes on the puck, prepared to take action any second. With a plink, the puck lands, and violent scraping of the ice begins. We have possession, and the center passes to me. I have a defense player on my ass right away, and I skate forward, then make eye contact with the left wing, Daryl. He passes to Dominic, but the other team's center smacks it out from under him and gains possession of the puck. I plow forward with the rest of the pack in the other direction, still holding the middle. The opponent skates with speed, while the defensive line swarms to his sides like hungry sharks with a seal in their sights. He skates in short strokes, trying to keep them from stealing the puck, and he shoots a Hail Mary pass. Sean is ready, shoulders squared like a bulldog and eyes like a drone. But in this case, he doesn't need to worry. "Score!" the announcer calls, and a cheer goes up among our fans who are out in force with the home court advantage. I look up for just an instant, and Jasmine is staring in my direction, putting her hands to her mouth as she yells. I want to play hard for her, and I focus just on the ice. Dom passes to me, and I skate as hard as I can, gliding with speed. I make eye contact with Marv, who swoops toward me and takes the puck. He passes it to Daryl, then kicks it back to me. I'm right in front of the goal. The Striders' goalie is formidable, but not nearly as tenacious as Sean. My arms act before my mind acknowledges, and I've gone for it. The puck flies with velocity. The goalie readies his stick, but he's not fast enough. Goal! One for the Nighthawks by right wing Cameron West. First point of the game. The players crash into me with open arms, huddling into a gigantic group hug. I allow myself a quick look at the stands, and Jasmine is practically jumping up and down. I spot my parents, too, sitting just a few rows away from her, and I file it away. I can introduce them after the game. Maybe. But I can't think about it now. Play resumes. I take the puck and skate furiously to the other end, weaving together with the boys and dodging rival teammates. Our offense starts to heat up, not wanting to lose the advantage. There's a tug of war for the puck between Daryl and the other team's defensemen, and the fight is on. Tyler immediately skates out even before the fighting starts after getting the nod from coach, ready to fill in when Daryl heads over to the penalty box. I'm determined to win this one for Jasmine. I don't let up at all. There's nothing but me, the ice, and the puck. Toward the end of the game, the Striders are playing desperately like gawky teenagers tripping over themselves, too eager for a win to play well. In one final play before the end of the game, I steal the puck from the other team's defense, casually like I'm just taking a stroll, and careen down the ice. There's a fishtail between me, Dylan, and Marv as two Striders try their damnedest to get in the middle. They can't. Marv slaps the daylights out of it, and it flies through the air, almost hitting the goalie in the face. Goal for the Hawks! The arena erupts, and we do the fastest celebration possible. Even though there are 20 seconds, the Striders could do a lot of damage in that time. 20 seconds can be an eternity. After what seems like 5 minutes, the buzzer rings. Nighthawks win! 2-1 against the Striders! The announcer booms. After congratulating ourselves and the other team, I hold up a hand to get Jasmine's attention before changing. She looks so excited she could cry. Somehow it feels more meaningful when the win is for her. I mouth 20 minutes to her. Then I look up a few rows to my parents and sign woo with my fingers, make a 0 with my hands, and point to my invisible wristwatch. They know the drill. I should text Jasmine to give her a warning. I pull out my phone from the shelf. Pitch black. Great. I can't believe I forgot to charge it. Here goes nothing. The arena is now thinned out, and I spot my parents before Jasmine. This time I hold up just one finger, telling them to wait a sec, and I see confusion on their face. They confer with each other and shrug as I walk toward Jasmine. Hey, you enjoy it? Oh my God, it was so much fun. You did great. So much adrenaline. I put a hand on her shoulder and I resist the urge to look up at my parents to see their reaction. You're about to get a little bit more of an adrenaline rush. My parents are here, and I'd like to introduce you." Her big eyes get even bigger, and a look of panic takes over her face. "Don't worry, it'll be fine," I reassure her. "They're nice. I think they'll like you. But they have to learn about you first, and things have moved so quickly, I haven't had a chance to tell them. I doubt they've heard, as my parents intentionally avoid media involving my name. It's better for their sanity and mine that way. Well, no time like the present to catch them up. I take her hand and walk up the stairs. Feels strangely similar to how I imagine walking down the aisle would feel. Both my parents drop their heads down and stare at our clasped hands. I squeeze Jasmine's more tightly. "Mom, Dad, I'd like to introduce you to someone really special." Mom clears her throat, and Dad brushes off his shirt as he stands. They awkwardly offer their hands for Jasmine to shake, and Jasmine looks at me incredibly quickly to confirm that this is the right thing, and I give an equally fast nod. "This is Jasmine Morris." I look at her adoringly, realizing I don't have to fake it quite as much as I did even a few days ago. "My fiancé." A gasp leaves my mother, and my dad knits his eyebrows. "Fiancé?" The look from Jasmine says, "You didn't tell them yet?" And I breathe a resigned huff. "Yeah, we've known each other for a few months, but she's incredible." "Apparently so," Dad interjects. "I've never witnessed you embracing commitment, and jumping in feet first. It's just unexpected." Mom backs away just a tiny bit, and she starts wringing her hands, something she always does when she's unsettled. But also an unexpected surprise. "I'm really happy," I insist. "You raised an incredible man, Mr. and Mrs. West," Jasmine enthuses. "He treats me like a princess." Mom pushes back a strand of gray hair and scrunches her nose. "Huh, that's something else that seems unexpected given what I hear, with his relationships. But it's so nice to meet you, dear. I'm Janet, and this handsome fella is Tom. It's truly a pleasure. I know it's quick, but Jasmine is so accomplished and kind that I knew pretty much right away." I smile at her, and she's smiling wide. "Come on, let's get dinner, and you can get to see for yourself." As we walk out, Jasmine comes up close and whispers, "Can you tell how nervous I am?" I shake my head and smile, then whisper back, "Not at all. You're a natural. Believe me, they'll love you." I can see my parents whispering to themselves as they follow behind us. I grab Jasmine's hand and kiss it, making sure they see it. "Are they watching?" Jasmine whispers. "Yeah, they are," I reply. She pulls her hand away from mine and wraps it around my waist. We stride awkwardly at first, but then we start to find our rhythm. No words are spoken. Just our bodies communicate like last night. This all feels so natural. I can't tell when I'm faking and when I'm not. If I'm not careful, I might start getting more attached than I ever planned.
Chapter 13. Jasmine. "The Creole Connection? Is that the Cajun place over on Western?" Cameron asks. "Yeah, you know it?" I reply. "I've never been there, but I've seen it before. I didn't know you were into Creole cooking." "I guess you haven't been paying attention," I tease. "But I'm thinking you can pick me up at my place. Then we can get my sister, and all eat out together." "Okay, but I have practice until 6, so is like 7:30 okay?" he asks. "Perfect. I'll let Destiny know." As I hang up the phone, I start brushing my hair, making dinner plans with my fiancé and my sister. It all feels so real, but more than that, it feels so natural. I find myself getting lost in the whirlwind of it all. There are times where I genuinely forget that this is all a farce for the press. But is it, though? Meeting his parents didn't feel like a formality. I mean, yes, on one hand it did, especially because they didn't know how to act. But Cameron seemed like he was really into me, and that he was somewhat proud to show me off in front of his parents. Like I'm the only one he felt worthy to show off to them. I have to imagine he's brought other women to see them before, which is why they reacted the way they did. But I can also imagine he didn't defend their honor the same way. I feel like I'm at odds with myself. One side of me keeps saying, "It's all fake. Don't you know that? He's just playing the part. And if you fall for him, you'll only get hurt." But another part of me keeps saying, if it were all an act, he wouldn't be doing these things for you. The way he acted at the cooking class, the yacht around Manhattan. No man would go through all that trouble for someone just for the cameras. Yes, the cameras. The endless sea of cameras. They haven't been as horrible as I expected after that first day, but there are times when I feel so exposed, like my life is underneath a microscope, like I have no privacy. Is this how Cameron feels all the time? Like his every move is scrutinized and judged immediately by an uncaring public? One slip up and he's branded a womanizing bad boy? Maybe I was too harsh on him in the beginning. I can't imagine trying to live like this all the time. I don't know how sports stars and celebrities can get through it, although I'm sure the money doesn't hurt. I call Destiny and tell her the plans. She's so excited to be going out with Cameron West in real life, but I guess she has to get some autographs for her husband. That's the only way he'll be okay with her going out with the man who basically railroaded their marriage. I wish I could say that I was just as excited. It's giving me flashbacks to the times we went on double dates with our various high school boyfriends, and my boyfriend was more interested in her than he was in me. It isn't 0 times that a man paid attention to me just to realize he settled for the wrong sister once he met Destiny. What if Cameron does that tonight? What if he just flirts with her the whole time? I tense at the thought. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all. But there's no turning back now. If I cancel the evening, that will just be a whole other can of worms that I don't want to deal with. The questions, the scrutiny. If anything, I'd rather just go out and see how he is with Destiny now. That can help me understand whether I should even trust my feelings for him or not. Wait, am I really catching feelings for this man? Yes, we've slept together, but am I ready to really open up for complete intimacy? A part of me screams, yeah, why not? It's been so long since I've been with someone who satisfied me both emotionally and physically. Is it so wrong to want to have the whole package? The day flies by as I argue with myself over whether I'm actually falling for Cameron or just playing along and having fun with it while I still can. Finally, it's getting close to go time, and I'm all nerves. Cameron texts me that he's outside, and my heart starts beating like crazy. Yes, we've gone out on plenty of dates before, and he's seen me naked. But now I'm more nervous than ever. I just keep imagining how it will go with Destiny. I take one last look in the mirror. I'm wearing a skin-tight pink dress with spaghetti straps and a red shawl draped around my shoulders. Very glamorous and very appealing to the paparazzi. If Destiny's going to be there, I need to look my best. As I step out of the building, Cameron is waiting for me in front of his car. As soon as his eyes see me, his mouth literally drops open. I've never seen that kind of reaction from a man before. It feels nice. "Holy hell," he remarks. "I mean, you look really beautiful tonight." He opens the car door for me. He's dressed in a black suit with a red button-down shirt underneath and no tie. It's like we planned our outfits without even knowing it. "You look pretty good yourself," I reply as I glide into the car. Something about him reacting that way helps ease my nerves. Now I get to act confident and sexy, in front of a chiseled hockey star no less. Inside the vehicle, he reaches over and kisses me on the cheek. "You look stunning tonight, really," he says. "Thanks. I'm curious how my sister will look. She's always been the prettier one," I remark, looking down at myself. He props my chin up with his hand and looks me in the eye. I don't think anyone can look more beautiful than you right now. He smiles. If he's acting, he deserves an Oscar. I kiss him on the lips, and my body tingles with excitement. Now, I'm not as worried about how it will go with Destiny. About half an hour later, Destiny is in the car with us. She's wearing a sparkly dress with a faux fur shawl. She went all out with the hair and makeup. She looks like she's going to the prom or something, but Cameron barely notices her. She climbs in the back, and he scooches closer to me up front. He wraps his arm around me and holds me close. I catch him glancing over at me throughout the drive. So why did it take this long for the three of us to go out? Destiny asks. I don't know. It's been a crazy few weeks. I'm sorry I didn't try to make it work sooner. I reply. Well, all I can say is that the paparazzi better get my good side tonight. I didn't put all this work into my appearance for nothing. As we arrive at the restaurant, cameras are waiting for us. They snap Destiny as she exits first. Then they push closer as Cameron steps out. Cameron, any updates on the wedding? Are you guys trying to have a baby? A barrage of questions, but Cameron just ignores them like always. He pulls me out of the car, and his eyes lock onto mine. Without a word, he shows how he understands that I'll be self-conscious about my body, but it doesn't matter. I have to squint to keep the camera flashes from blinding me. Destiny moves in and wraps her arm around Cameron's. She's beaming and acting like it's a movie premiere and she's the star. Typical Destiny. Cameron ushers us into the restaurant. Thankfully, the cameras can't follow us inside. The owner has arranged a booth toward the back of the place where we can have a bit more privacy. I don't know about y'all, but I'm starving, Destiny remarks as the menus arrive. She opens it, looking for something good. I've never had Creole food before. What's good? Cameron asks. Ooh, you've never had this kind of food before? You've been missing out. I love the catfish gumbo, but right now I'm feeling some crawfish. I haven't had them in a long time. Even though he was asking me, Destiny felt like she had to answer. I've never had crawfish either. Are they messy? He asks. Not if you eat them right. Destiny laughs. What do you think? Cameron asked me quietly. I'm more of a pasta girl. If you get the crawfish penne, you can eat the meat without having to worry about shells and stuff. I reply. What about hush puppies? I've always wanted to try those. Cameron asks. Oh yeah, I like them when they're done right. This place does them really well, I say. I feel a slight draft and shudder a little bit. Cameron notices immediately and puts his jacket around my shoulders. He wraps his arm around me and holds me against his chest. Then he kisses me gently on the forehead. I see Destiny watching us with disdain. I can't tell if she's jealous or thinking about how it's all supposed to be an act. I don't think it's an act anymore. The way he pulls me close and makes sure to get my input shows me he cares. When the waiter comes, Cameron orders for the both of us and asks for some sweet tea for me. I can't believe he remembered me telling him that. During the whole meal, he really only pays attention to me. Destiny tries to steer the conversation, but I can tell he's not interested. He's polite, but definitely not fixated on her like I feared. After dinner, he walks us out. I'm still wearing his jacket as he delicately places me inside. Destiny smiles and beams again for the cameras before getting back into the car. On the way back to drop her off, the same thought keeps running through my mind. I'm falling in love with Cameron West.
Chapter 14. Cameron. As we enter the living room, Jasmine's hand still clutching mine, I can't help but be mesmerized by her. The room is bathed in a soft golden glow from the side table lamp, casting dancing shadows upon the walls. It feels like our own little haven, a place where time stands still. Jasmine turns to face me, her eyes filled with a mixture of vulnerability and desire. I can sense the weight of unspoken words hanging between us, begging to be released. But sometimes the heart speaks loudest when wrapped in silence. I take a step closer to Jasmine, feeling the tension coiling in the air. I reach out, my fingers grazing her cheek, and she leans into my touch, her eyes fluttering shut. Without a word, she steps closer, her breath mingling with mine. I feel the electric current of anticipation racing through my veins as our eyes lock. At that moment, everything else fades away. There's only us, suspended in a universe where no barriers exist. Her lips brush against mine, gently at first, like a delicate butterfly resting on a blooming flower. Our connection deepens with each passing second as our kisses become more fervent, igniting a fire within us that cannot be quelled. Time loses all meaning as we lose ourselves in each other's embrace. The weight of the world outside dissipates as our bodies meld together in a sea of desire. Our souls dance to a melody only we can hear, growing stronger with every touch and every caress. We stumble toward the plush sofa, our bodies guided by an unspoken understanding. The world outside ceases to exist as we surrender ourselves to this intoxicating dance of passion and desire. Clothes are shed like inhibitions until all that remains is skin against skin. In the intimacy of that moment, time loses all meaning. Every touch and caress become an expression of our love and longing. Our bodies mold together, moving as one amidst whispers and sighs that echo through the room. My fingers stroke her soft skin, and she moans my name. Oh, Cameron. The sound of her voice ignites me, and I lean down to capture her lips once more. As our tongues dance together, I can feel the intensity of our emotions building between us. This isn't just lust or desire. It's something deeper, something more profound. Jasmine's hands are exploring my body now, her fingers tracing patterns across my skin as if memorizing every inch of me. She pulls away from our kiss, her eyes locked with mine. I've never felt this way before, she confesses, her voice barely above a whisper. I whisper back, neither have I. Our eyes lock again, and I can see the fear, the uncertainty, and the deepest corners of her soul bared for me to see. I don't want to confess it yet, but I feel it in my core. I'm falling in love with her. Slowly we break away from our kiss, breathless and panting. We gaze into each other's eyes. Looks like the level of passion in this chapter is pushing YouTube's limit. For access to the full, unfiltered scene, go to tylawalker.com and use code SAVE40 for 40% off any digital product. This is the deal of a lifetime, a discount that can be applied to bundles that are already listed at a discounted price. For now, let's continue the story. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 15. Jasmine. Holy hell. The first thing that pops up on my phone as I wake up is news that I didn't want to see. I have to scroll through the article a couple of times. I need to make sure my eyes aren't hazy from sleep, but it's there, clear as day. A picture of Cameron holding on to another woman. Nothing frisky's going on, but it's obvious the two were an item. It's not the only article about it either. There are 5 others with basically the same headline: Cameron West's secret baby. Just reading it gives me a wave of nausea. I throw my phone, not wanting to see it anymore. All I can think about is how he'd spent the nights with her, just as he'd been with me. What's worse is that she's a lingerie model. Lingerie. Tears well up in my eyes, and my chest burns. All my insecurities and doubts hit me, one by one, like a baseball bat. I can't help but compare myself to her. I mean, she's freakishly beautiful, and I'm just me. I get up from bed. Stupid. Stupid. I mutter as I run to the sink. I need to wash my face with cold water. I don't want to cry about this. There's no reason to. We're not actually together. I know that, but it doesn't hurt any less. The cool water only makes me more alert. Hot tears stream down my cheeks. My face quickly gets puffy. I look so stupid. I am so stupid. I cover my face with my hands, trying to get the image of them together out of my head. I mean, of course, she's not going to be the only woman he's been with. Who am I kidding? He's everything a woman wants, and he's a liar too. A creeping thought enters my head. No, he's not a liar. I already knew who he was before all of this. The reason why I'm even in this position is because of who he is. But I think I got too full of myself when he showed me a different side of himself and thought I was special. When did I stop acting in this fake relationship? At what point did it start to feel like this could be real? It's like an obsessive thought. All I can wonder is if he's seen the news already. If he did, would he tell me about it? Should he even bother to? The more I think about it, the more my emotions are in shambles. One minute I'm sad, the other I couldn't care less, but then I'm suddenly angry. Was this all just a fun game to him? To see if he could bed me? I shake my head. I need to hear it from him. I quickly get changed and head out the door. The Nighthawks have their practices at this hour. Cameron's going to be there. I need to confront him as soon as possible. Just rip the Band-Aid off and get the answer I need to have. When I walk into the hockey stadium, the team is doing their usual practice drills on the ice. Cameron notices me and skates over to the entrance of the ice ring. He goes into fiancé mode and leans in to kiss me. But I move away from his touch. He tilts his head, confused as to why I reject him. His charming smile wears off when he finally notices I'm not too happy to see him. Something wrong? I take out my phone to show him the first article I saw this morning. The one where he's with the beautiful woman cozied up in some bar. My hand shakes as I hold the phone to his face, waiting for his reaction. He rolls his eyes and sighs. They really have nothing better to do. What is this? I snap. It's fake, Jasmine. It's been months since I've seen her. How many months exactly? Like 7. It wasn't even a big deal anyway. I scoff. Are you kidding me? Not a big deal? She's saying that she's carrying your child, Cameron? My face turns hot. He starts frowning and steps off the ring. He tries to hold me, but I slap his hand away. It only makes him more upset. Don't walk away from me. Can you calm down for a second and let me explain? Explain what? That you could potentially have a baby on the way and didn't even bother to tell me? There's nothing to tell. I'm not the damn father. I don't even remember who she was. His voice gets louder, drawing curious glances from his teammates. His chest heaves from heavy breaths as we both glare at each other. But I'm not standing down. There's a reason why she's claiming something big like that. And how could you treat this as if it was nothing? You seriously cannot be acting like this right now. Those sleazy tabloids will spit out any kind of crap to get sales. Don't you already know that? Of course, I already know that. That was my first thought when I saw the article. But I don't know how I can trust his words right now. It's as if he thinks I'm the crazy one for acting like this. The timeline fits too perfectly, Cameron. Oh my God, I'm telling you that it's not mine. She's just looking for her 15 minutes of fame. How can you be sure? Because I am, okay? That should be enough for you to believe me. But it isn't. It's not enough in the slightest. I can't trust his words alone. He doesn't even care to say anything more than that he just didn't do it. The words feel empty, and it bothers me that he won't do more to reassure me. Just anything to make me know that I'm just not any other girl he's messing with. Even if it's just a few simple words like, "I'd never hurt you like this," or "let me get to the bottom of this." Something to show that he cares about me more than just a fake marriage contract. My lips tremble as I find no other words to say. His eyebrows furrow as he stares down at me, with no intention of doing what I want him to do. It just reminds me of the kind of guy he can be. "I don't want to be hurt," I mumble. "I just want you to say more because I'm in love with you." He sighs. "I'm telling you that it's not mine." Just like that, it's a slap to the face. He's not going to give me more than that. "Okay," I say quietly. My shoulders slump and I turn on my heels to walk the other way. "Where are you going?" I ignore him and keep my eyes straight ahead. But it's hard not to turn around when he's yelling my name, yet he still doesn't run after me. Finally, I let the tears fall as I nearly sprint to my car. I drive through the city with my mind in shambles. All I can think of doing is shutting myself in my office and just pouring my entire soul into work. I start working on other projects for the Nighthawks, public outreach, team signing events, anything. I haven't been looped into much of it, but right now I just want to work on something. Anything to prevent me from thinking about Cameron. I don't bother checking my phone for messages or missed calls. It hasn't dinged in over an hour. And I know I'll just be met with disappointment, so I just put it on silent and stuff it on the very bottom of my purse. Even though it's out of sight, it's still on my mind. My neediness wants to reach out to him and apologize for overreacting. But I know in my heart that he's the one in the wrong. Why was it so difficult for him to go the extra mile to make me feel secure about this whole thing? The incessant thoughts continue even after the workday is finished. It's to the point where I feel exhausted about it already, and yet my mind still hangs on all our interactions while I sit alone in a quiet bistro close to my home. The delicious smell of my roasted chicken reminds me of our cooking class, how much fun it was and how it was the start of us getting much more comfortable with each other. Was he faking it, though? I say out loud as I play around with the asparagus. He has a charm that makes it difficult to know when he's being genuine or not. His smirk doesn't change, and being overly touchy comes like second nature to him. Besides, he did say he'd be better at this than me. I guess my falling for him proves he was right. He even got me to sleep with him. How stupid of me. I lean back against my chair, losing my appetite. It's not even close to 8 p.m., and I'm already yawning. I sure put my body through a lot today. I forgot how being severely emotionally crushed takes a toll. I ask for the check, not bothering to take the half-eaten chicken. All I want is to lay in bed and sleep the sadness away. Later that night, I somehow can't go to sleep. I've been glued to the phone ever since I came back from dinner. I scroll through the photos we took together, not making me feel better at all. We look so cute and happy, and it almost makes me want to smile at them, until the voice in my head reminds me that he's been lying to me in these pictures. That kiss on the cheek is fake. The hand-holding was all a show. The sex was just for his entertainment. Looking at the photos hardens my resolve to not be deceived anymore. Yet I can't deny the deep and painful ache in my heart.
Chapter 16. Cameron. Why the hell isn't she answering me? I sent her about 100 messages already. She doesn't even open them. The least she can do is show me that she's just reading them. She's also ignoring my calls, and it's been 2 days since we argued. I guess I should be glad she hasn't blocked me. At least not yet. But if that does happen, that would mean she's backing out of the fake marriage thing, right? How would we go on about this if she's not talking to me? West! Hurry up! We're starting in 5! Lucas calls out as he skates onto the ice. Give me a damn second! I send her one last message. I'll give you space if that's what you want. But we have to talk about us soon. Take care. I join the rest of my teammates once the message is sent. I'm already wondering if she's going to read the message, which I highly doubt. She hasn't even read the one I sent when she stormed out of here, asking her to come back. One of the guys shoves me. Yo, you're on the right defense, Jonathan says. What? No, I'm always in center. What the hell? He gives me an incredulous look. Don't worry, it's just the first formation. You'll be on center later. I roll my eyes. Fine, just don't screw it up, Collins. What's your deal? You were on the left wing the other day. Nothing. Just get to your position, I say as I skate to the back. It's just like any other scrimmage we have. It's the same teams and the same plays we get from the coach. I know every move that needs to happen from every position, but for some reason I'm screwing up left and right. Every damn puck gets past me. My body doesn't listen to me, and I look like this is my first time holding a stick and stepping on ice. The more I try to concentrate, the more I mess up. In the next round, I go to the right wing. Coach blows the whistle and I charge against Lorenzo. Bro, what the hell? Jonathan's starting, he says. I back up and return to my position. The puck's already close to the goal, and there's a wide and open space where I'm supposed to be. I make a run for it and try to take the puck away from Andre's stick, missing it completely. When I try to use the toe break to get better control, my leg just fumbles, and I fall on my dumbass face. The coach blows his whistle, and everyone gets back to their positions. I stand on my feet, cursing under my breath and heading back to the right wing. However, the coach comes up to me and shakes me by the jersey. What the hell are you doing? You're messing up every formation today, he says. I grumble. Sorry, coach. Won't happen again. You're damn right it won't. I don't want you on the ice today. Your head's not in the practice right now. I'm good, coach. Just having an off day, that's it, I say as I try to walk past him. He grabs my jersey again. Listen, I don't know what the hell is going on in your head or if there's something going down with your fiancée, but when you're on the ice, you shouldn't be thinking about anything else. You got that? I'm not letting you ruin the team's practice because of your problems. I told you I'm good. Let's just start again. No. Take the day today and come back when you're ready to be part of the team again. He walks off and blows his whistle to start the scrimmage again. I don't want you near the premises. I'll get security to kick your ass out. I throw the hockey stick on the ground and storm off, not caring if I shove into another teammate. This is all ridiculous anyway. They won't be able to have a good practice if I'm not here. See how far that gets them. Lucas comes after me to give me the stick. What was that about? I don't know what you're talking about, I mumble as I take off my uniform and the rest of my getup. Come on, man, you never mess up on defense. Is this about you and Jasmine? I scoff at him. Why would it be about that? Well, the whole team kind of saw you guys going at it the other day. It's nothing. Mind your business, yeah? I say as I take the stick from him. I gather the rest of my things before leaving the stadium. Practice was in the afternoon today, but it's barely going to be sunset. Usually it ends at around 10 when we have a game coming soon. But I don't care about that right now. Jasmine didn't open the message I sent her. She's going to keep giving me this silent treatment until who knows when. I'm not sure if she's the type to hold a grudge or still needs some space. Damn it, I mutter as I start up my car. I don't go back to my place, not wanting to be reminded of Jasmine when I lay in bed. Her perfume still sits in my sheets, and I know I'll go crazy just smelling it. I want to go out to look for her, but I know she'll hate me more if I do. I take myself downtown instead, thinking that a few beers will help keep my mind off her. It's a weekday, and even though it's rush hour, my favorite bar isn't too busy. I sit at the farthest end of the bar, avoiding being seen by any fans. I also don't want anyone asking about the damn tabloid. It's like people can't keep their noses in their own business. As if the stuff with the scandal is something new to them. Like there aren't guys fathering babies with one-night stands. It's not even mine to begin with. "Hey, Cam," Michael the bartender greets me. I nod my head. "What's up? Thought you only worked during the weekends." He shrugs. "They changed my schedule. What can I get you? Want the usual?" "Yeah, but give me a draft. Had a long day. Want 16 ounces or a tall glass?" "Tall glass for now." "Coming right up." I settle on the stool, looking around the bar, finding something interesting to watch. It's a typical crowd of customers trying to take the load off from a long day at work. There are more men than women here, but they start to slowly show up as the hour passes. Michael brings me another glass, and I nearly chug it. It's refreshing, but I still feel the irk in my chest. I can't even enjoy the taste of my favorite beer, and it's already the second one. The taste soon becomes bitter when I start to feel glances coming my way. Once the customers realize who I am, they start gossiping as if I'm not sitting right there. They ogle at me like a zoo animal. Soon the noise from the bar starts to annoy me. The loud TVs, the muttering from the customers, the tables and chairs being moved again and again. I'm ready to leave. I just wanted something to relax me a little bit. It just made my mood get worse. People don't know how to back off. After paying, I leave, looking for another thing to do. But nothing calls my attention, and I just wander around downtown, waiting to get tired to go home. And I'm not even buzzed. I look around at the tall buildings. Manchester's always lively at night. Doesn't matter what day of the week it is. There's something for everybody out here. "Mom! Mom! That's Cameron West!" I hear a little kid squealing. "He plays for the Nighthawks!" I lower my head and quickly walk in the opposite direction. I don't mean to be rude, but now's not the time, kid. I'm too annoyed to put on my fake celebrity smile. Once I'm out of their sight, I find a bench to sit on and just let my head hang back. I stare at the bright lights, and Jasmine appears in my mind again. She would love to see this. It's the kind of scenery she enjoys to stare at, simple but intimate. If it's just me watching them, they're boring and pointless. The buildings and lights look like any other city, and they cause so much light pollution. But I know she'd want to take a picture of them, just to have a memory of the night. I look over to my left side, noticing an ice cream shop a few feet away. If she were here, I know she'd want an ice cream even if she doesn't have much of a sweet tooth. She'd just want to enjoy a nice stroll around downtown with a treat in hand. She's a romantic, that's for sure, and I guess I'm starting to be one too. Usually I'd go all out for dates with just the idea of flaunting my money. Jasmine made me think of all the details to make it even more special for her. But that was all to make our relationship more believable. Nothing more than that. I check my phone like clockwork, and still nothing yet. I click my teeth. How much longer is she going to ignore me? It's been long enough already. I can't believe this is all for a stupid tabloid. I thought Jasmine was smarter than that. How could she accuse me like that? I told her it's not true, so that is that. What else could she have wanted? She probably thinks that that girl isn't the only one. Of course, that must be it. But I haven't even talked to other women since we started the fake relationship. I don't think the thought even crossed my mind, not to mention my efforts in getting her to actually like me. Not because of the contract, but because I wanted to. I sigh sharply, remembering our fight. It's so stupid. Why are you making this so difficult? You didn't even let me explain, I complain into the atmosphere. That's all she had to do instead of walking away from me. She's being so unreasonable. The accusations don't make sense since we didn't date that long. If we did, there's no way I would have a kid irresponsibly. But she's set in her stubborn ways, and I don't know what more she wants me to do.
Chapter 17. Jasmine. Jasmine Morris, I didn't think you still worked here. The first greeting upon entering the office comes from Allegra Jameson. She is one of those fast-talking, think-on-your-feet creatives. Our creative processes are at opposite ends of the spectrum. Brainstorming sessions with her are like grudge matches, and I always come out more than drained. I consider her my chief competition and motivator in the office. Still, the end results from our mandated collaborations are always exceptional. I find it quite ironic that her first name translates to the English word happy, and her last name is a well-known brand of whiskey. She is the type that can drive you to drink. Those who know her understand how vindictive and competitive she can be behind that Cheshire cat grin. With her skills, though, Allegra would be a successful ally if she didn't think all others must fail for her to succeed. Allegra, I smile. She returns a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. Sounds like you missed me around here. Of course we did, Jasmine. You're the life of the party, you know. I turn toward my office and shoot her a sideways glance. Okay, what is it you're itching to ask me? As I walk, she falls in step beside me. Well, from the outside looking in, you've been on a major roller coaster ride. Learning you and Tom called off your engagement shocked me. But finding out you're now engaged to Cameron West really floored me. Talk about a quick comeback. And what an upgrade. How is Tom handling it? Allegra, I honestly do not know. I haven't had the chance to worry about it. I suppose not. What with you taking a previously confirmed bachelor off the market. I open my office door, flick on the overhead lights, and sit my purse on the counter behind my desk. Allegra is standing in the doorway, waiting for some juicy tidbit she can use against me later. I look up at her. Well, it's almost 9 o'clock, and I have to get ready for the team meeting. We can catch up later, okay? Allegra fixes a scrutinizing gaze on me. I'm only going because I have to prep for the meeting, too. Don't think you can dismiss me that easily, Jasmine Morris. I'll talk to you later. After she leaves, I let out a heavy sigh and slump in my chair. I don't need Allegra probing me and searching for cracks first thing in the morning. I've wasted enough time playing house with Cameron. Getting back to work in the office will help pull me back into reality. At least my work here is a reality that won't come crashing down on me. As if she is listening to my thoughts, a text message comes to my phone from Allegra. I forgot to ask you about this notice I saw on IG. We'll catch up later. Attached to the message is an engagement announcement. It's a photo of Tom with that woman, the other woman. Under the photo is a caption. 10 months ago, on our first date, Tom brought me here, and today he got on one knee and asked me to be his wife. I'm engaged to the love of my life. The sight of it stings. Reopening past hurts and making me further question my judgment in men. Tom, allowing her to post this, knowing he and I were together for longer than 10 months, is a slap in the face. How can he cheat on me, flaunt her in front of me, and suffer no consequences? I don't want him back, but it feels unfair that I wasted my time and heart on him while he moves on with no issue. Another message comes through on my phone. It's Allegra again. What the hell is it now, Allegra? I snap at the phone. Since your hands are full with Cameron, I put together a team to work on the Nighthawk messaging and slogan for the upcoming season. There were deadlines with quick turnaround times, so I'm helping you out. You're welcome. What? I scream. Then, hoping nobody heard me, dart my eyes up. Well, this is just absolutely fantastic, I mutter. I'm putting my career on the line to save my sister's reputation and to preserve whatever integrity Cameron has left. But there has been no tangible form of reciprocity yet. I'm feeling like the juice is no longer worth the squeeze. In the team meeting, it's obvious Allegra is throwing her weight around the office in my absence. Unfortunately, because I'm in my personal circle of hell, I'm not focused enough to shut her nonsense down. Back in my office, behind a closed door, I stare at a blank screen. I made it clear to Allegra in the team meeting that I'm the lead for the Nighthawks account. She is scheming against me. I'm able to collaborate on messaging, but drafting anything without my approval is unacceptable. I know I've been teleworking for a while, and my hands have literally been full with Cameron, I say to myself. As my outrage increases, I rise to confront Allegra alone in her office. Then my voice becomes a low growl. But I am still an integral part of this team. The phone rings. I pivot and pick it up with my usual upbeat greeting. Hello, Jasmine Morris. Hey there. My sister's voice rings out on the other end. Destiny, hey, everything okay? Of course, hun, everything is fine. I'm calling to ask a favor. Okay, what's the favor? Well, I'm having a hell of a time trying to get tickets to tomorrow's game. I was wondering, what with your current connections, if you could get us tickets. How's Cameron, by the way? Unable to respond, I take a deep and shaky breath. Jasmine? My sister sounds concerned on the other end. Jasmine, what's the matter? Are you crying? Did someone upset you at the office? You could say that. I pause. Well, not really. I was already upset. That's why I came into the office. They just stirred it back up. But I'm not crying. What are you upset about? Did you lose the contract? Is Cameron cutting out on the deal? Why don't you ask his maybe baby mama? What? Oh, sweetie, how embarrassing. He's just not making your job easy, is he? Destiny's comforting voice provides a much-needed respite. Needing to get everything off my chest, I decide to open up to her. I tell her about the woman claiming Cameron is the father of her child, the subsequent argument during practice, how him not seeming to care enough to squash the whole thing feels like a betrayal, and how, to top it all off, the coworker who constantly undermines my work sends me a notice of Tom's engagement announcement. Oh my goodness. That's a lot to deal with at once. There is one thing I don't understand, though. I mean, the engagement is fake, so if he has a child out there, figure out some way to market how you're going to be this beautifully blended family. Why does it feel like a betrayal? I'm embarrassed to answer, so I stay silent. Jasmine, my sister continues, do you like Cameron? I mean, are you falling for him? I don't know. Yes. Maybe. I sigh and put my head in one hand. Honestly, I think my judgment in men is off, and I keep letting the wrong ones get to me. First, Jasmine. Tom getting engaged is not a reflection of your worth or desirability. Some people are just not a match for each other. And no matter how good you are at communicating, forcing a relationship will never work. I know. It just sucks that he found someone to make it work with. In the meantime, I'm playing pretend with Cameron. I'm contractually obligated to be the fiancé. But for my sanity, I'm avoiding him as much as I can. My emotions can't handle this. Jasmine, you deserve somebody who cherishes you, somebody who won't stop declaring that you are heaven sent. Tell you what, why don't I stop by and we can go out for tea? Inspired by Destiny's words, I agree to meet up. Over cups of herbal tea, I lay bare my fears and insecurities. Hun, you should never feel you have to compete with me, Destiny says after hearing my tale of woe as her baby sister. Always count on your big sister to be in your corner. She places a hand on mine. You are an amazingly unique human being. There is no one like you. Trying to be like someone else or to have their life will never satisfy you. Destiny's wise insights and unconditional support bring a newfound sense of confidence and self-assurance. Although it doesn't solve my issue with Cameron, I can now think and decide from a place of power. I head back home, determined to come to some decision as it relates to Cameron. But as fate would have it, Back at my apartment, a bittersweet surprise awaits me. I step out of the elevator to find a bouquet and a note from Cameron sitting on the table next to my apartment door. An obvious gesture of contrition for acting like an ass. Hope to see you at the game tomorrow. I'm sad because I wanted him to do something super romantic, but this isn't it. There's no chance for us anymore, I'm sure. All of this stress will hinder the work that brings me joy. To hell with the contract. I'll probably destroy any chance for growth at the agency, but I can't do this. I decide to go to Cameron's game tomorrow. It will be the last act in our chapter, the closure I need to move forward in my life and career. Perhaps I can't deny that a small part of me cares for him, but I can't sacrifice peace of mind for the promise of a love already tainted by betrayal.
Chapter 18. Cameron. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, I mutter as I do each rep of the leg warm-ups. I try to keep up with the rest of the team's pace, but I keep missing a step. I bump into Dylan or nearly trip over Dom's foot. It's just as bad as the last time I got kicked out of practice. The next warm-up's starting, but we're just going to practice our passes to each other. Something simple to just get the body going. I partner up with Tyler, much to my dismay, and we quietly pass the puck between us. He keeps looking over at me with concern on his face. Though, this time, he doesn't bother to ask, knowing that I won't say anything. Not that I have anything to talk about with him. Nearly the whole team got an eyeful of what went down. And there's still no response from her, I think, as I hit the puck. It goes flying and nearly hits another teammate. I sigh and grunt, deciding to head to the locker room. My body doesn't want to listen to me tonight either, and I can't risk Coach making me sit out on the game. I go to my locker, getting all my things ready to head out on the ice. I change out of my practice jersey and into the game one. There's still time before the game begins. I can hear the horde of fans coming into the stadium. I hang my head low as I lean my arms on my thighs. Just a few more minutes to try to get myself together. I can't screw it up in front of everyone out there. Then everyone will know that something's going down in my personal life. I've never had an off game before, and if I did, I hit it pretty well. Cam? I hear a voice from the entrance. I glance and notice James standing there, already in uniform. I just nod at him as a greeting and hang my head again. Hey, how was Florida? He shrugs, humid and annoying. Thank God Kathleen didn't want to stay longer. I chuckle. She does put up with the cold for you. And like a good husband, I didn't complain from the heat even though I very much wanted to. He sits down next to me. So, what's going on with you? Everyone says you've been acting off lately. Nothing. Just one of those days. Don't lie to me. It's obvious something's going on, and I don't want to lose tonight. Tell me. He stares, waiting for me to spill it. I roll my eyes and just tell him from the beginning. Remember the scandal I had a few weeks ago? Before you left for Tallahassee? Which one? I scoff. Shut up. You know which one I mean. The one where I'm supposedly shacking up with a married woman. He nods, understanding. Well, Stephen thought that we could clean up my image if I got engaged with that woman's sister Jasmine. You got engaged in the time I went out of town? It's not real. It was just to show the fans, the tabloids, and everyone that I'm not a playboy. We pretend we're deeply in love, going to get married. I'm not some dog running around with a married woman. They just caught a picture of me with my almost sister-in-law. Then what's the issue? Jasmine's upset with me. Very upset. I haven't heard from her for days. She won't reply to my texts or even pick up my calls. I don't know what she's thinking. I explain. I thought the flowers I sent to her place were going to get a response. My phone's been in stone-cold silence just like the rest of the days. I don't even think she's going to show up tonight. Her absence will be a clear answer to what will happen to our arrangement going forward. I might not see her again. So, you're worried about having to find a new way to fix your image? No, that's not it. Then you're afraid she's going to tell everyone this was fake? I shake my head. No, I just miss her. It feels weird, but I guess I already got used to seeing her almost every day. I just want her to talk to me and tell me how to fix it. James stays quiet for a moment, thinking over what I just said. He sighs and pats my shoulder. Buddy, sorry to say this, but you're not as smart as you think. I sit up and look at him incredulously. What? He chuckles. You just miss her? You just enjoy spending time with her to the point where being without her feels like you're missing your arm? You love her, you idiot. I what? You love her, Cam. If it was just a contract, her not talking to you wouldn't bum you out this much. But that's... James stands up. Don't try to deny it. You can't lie to yourself. I stare off into the distance, mulling over his words and thinking back on everything that's happened until now. When did it stop being fake? Was it ever like that in the first place? You're right, I say. I do. Love Jasmine. He smiles and heads towards the locker room exit. Maybe now you'll be able to play better. Don't be late, he says as he leaves. I'm left to my thoughts, dealing with the sudden realization that I'm in love with Jasmine. That means I have to make it right with her. It just can't end like this with us. After the game, I'll do whatever I can to make it up to her. I'll make this right. I can't change who I used to be, but I'm not that guy anymore. So can't we get past it? I'll go to her if she doesn't want to come to me. I finish getting prepped, noticing that there are only 5 minutes until the game starts. There's no doubt Coach is already red in the face because the whole team isn't there. He's already pissed at me enough as it is. I join everyone else on the ice. We're just waiting for the whistle to start us off. The stadium is crowded with fans chanting and booing at the opposite team. It's the same as any other game. As I look around, my eyes fall directly on Jasmine by chance. Our gazes lock with one another, and I feel a pull in my chest. I wave at her, and she waves uneasily back. The refs blow the whistle. The game starts. Everyone rushes to the puck. She came. I thought she ignored the flowers, I thought, chuckling to myself. Even though she hasn't completely forgiven me, there's still a chance. She's here, right? That must mean something, at least. On your right! I hear Nate yell. I dodge my open and swiftly take the puck from him. With ease, I tread along the ice to make a pass to Dom on the left side of the ring. He strikes the puck and scores. The crowd roars with cheers. Hell yeah! I cheer as I go back to position. I'm back in my game. I'm full of adrenaline knowing that I'm getting my girl back. Once we win the game, I'm telling her my feelings, and this will work out. I'm sure of it. The whistle blows. Same routine as before. The line of defense expertly wards off the opponent, and we're quickly able to get close to the goalpost. But then Tyler gets thrown off and he slams against the glass. I go to his aid along with Lucas, making sure the other team doesn't get a hold of the puck. I get it and pass it to Dom before I get shoved too. I look up towards Jasmine. She has her hand over her mouth, eyes full of worry. I wink at her to let her know that I'm completely fine. I'm even more full of adrenaline knowing she cares about my safety even now. Dom screws up and the other team scores, but it's just the beginning. We still have time to kick their ass. I know winning won't be enough in the slightest to win her back. I need something better, something bigger to do it. But I can't be too showy about it either, or else she'll think I'm trying to buy her forgiveness. I mean, that is part of it, but I want to show her I care about her. My mind goes back to our first night out in public. She told those people how I proposed to her at the Eiffel Tower. I can do just that. I'll jet her off to Paris, and I'll personally adorn the summit with roses and arrange fireworks to go off in the distance. Is it possible for them to write I'm sorry? I just have to get through this game first. Cam! What? The air gets knocked out of me. I've been tackled. I fall on the ground feeling like my head got split in two. I can't move. I don't know what I damaged, but something hurts like hell. I bellow out as the guy that tackled me gets up. He tries to help me up, but I slap his hand away. My leg! You fell on it! I grit my teeth as I try to get up. I have to finish the game. I have to see Jasmine. Lucas and Dom come flying. They push the guy away and try to lift me. Leave me alone, I'm fine. I grunt as I try to move my leg. I'm getting back at that prick. Stop moving! You'll make it worse! Lucas says as he takes my left. I said, I'm fine. I just need some ice. Cam, that was an ugly tackle. Your eyes are rolling back, you can't play, Dom exclaims. Screw off, I can still play. Even as I say that, I teeter between the pain in my leg and my head. I can feel myself wanting to black out. I think I have a concussion. Cam, I think your ACL is torn.
Chapter 19. Jasmine. I rush down the bleachers to reach Cameron. Everyone looks on with worry and surprise as his teammates carry him off. I can't believe they tackled him like that, and the other guy can stand like nothing. At the entrance to the ring, a security guard blocks my way. Sorry, ma'am, it's off limits. That's my fiancé over there. I need to go see him. He hesitates for a moment, but reluctantly lets me pass. Not that I was just going to sit there and do nothing if he didn't let me. I would have raised hell otherwise. My heart races and wrenches when I hear Cam cursing out in pain. He clutches his teammates while he tries to bear it. Everything happens so fast, and I can't believe this is happening to him. I run towards them, pleading for them to stop. They turn him around, and it's hard not to cry for him. His face is red and he grits his teeth. I'm coming, I say. The medical staff finally brings out the gurney, and Cameron's carefully placed over it. They try to shoo me away, but I stand firm and follow behind them. Ma'am, he needs to go to the hospital, one of them says. Yeah, I know. I said I'm coming. I'm his fiancé, I retort. They are about to go against it when Cam comes to my defense. I'm not going if she doesn't, he threatens. Reluctantly, they give in and keep rolling the gurney toward the emergency exit of the stadium. The ambulance is already parked outside, ready to go. They lift him in, and I follow behind to make sure they don't try to leave me behind. They start working on him the whole ride to the hospital. Tubes, beeping, syringes, gauze. It's chaos in this cramped vehicle. I try to hold back tears as I watch them rip his pant leg off. Nothing's bleeding and nothing looks out of place. So why is he in so much pain? We finally get to the hospital. The emergency staff tells me I have to wait for a few minutes so they can make sure there's no internal bleeding anywhere. Just the thought of it makes me want to puke. How could he not have internal bleeding? The guy that tackled him came in like a bulldozer. Every worst possible scenario goes through my head. There's a storm inside me while I pace around the quiet waiting room. The front desk staff go about their routines, and other patients wait to get called. It feels like I'm the only one overthinking. I bite my nails and obsessively check the time. How long does it usually take to check? What if they needed to do an emergency operation? He hit his head pretty hard. Maybe his skull is fractured. I slap my cheeks. I can't be thinking about such negative things. Cameron was wide awake with the energy to cuss out at nearly everyone. That means he's fine, and nothing awful happened to him. I serve myself some water from the cooler they have in the corner. After each sip, I take a deep breath to calm myself and to remind myself that these injuries happen in a sport like hockey. This can't be the first time he's been hurt, but it was still an ugly tackle. I gulp down about 3 cups of water before they call for me. I rush toward the nurse, preparing myself for the worst. Is he okay? Where is he? He's fine, he says. You're his wife, correct? He insisted on having you present. I hesitate for a moment, stumbling on my words. Well, fiancé is more like it. He chuckles. Well, there's no difference if you're about to be married. I chuckle uncomfortably. Yeah, I guess. He escorts me to the room where they're keeping him. They're doing x-rays at the moment, and I have to stand outside the window to just watch him. I take a peek at his leg to see if it looks crooked or something. Mrs. West, you can wait in his room if you like. They're going to be taking a few x-rays on him, another nurse tells me. No, it's okay. I can wait here. I don't mind. It feels so weird to be called that. Mrs. West, I don't know if I like it or not. Somehow it makes the relationship feel faker than it already is, because I don't even know if we're going to get to that point at all. I sigh, knowing that's not important right now. It's just a few people referring to me like that, so I shouldn't make a big deal out of it. I think it'll hurt more if I keep getting called that. To pretend that, yeah, that's exactly who I am, when knowing darn well that it'll never actually happen. After a few more minutes, Cameron's wheeled out and finished with the x-rays. The nurse gestures for me to take it from here, and I awkwardly take the handles of the wheelchair. We still haven't exchanged 2 words with each other yet. When we get to his room, 2 male nurses help him on the bed. The whole time Cameron makes a stink face about it. I try not to laugh or tease him, but it's hard not to. Your doctor will come in with you shortly, Mr. West, one of them says before they close the door. Cameron sighs and tries to get up from the bed. What are you doing? Stay put, I scold him. I want to change clothes. I hate wearing this dress. Please just wait a little while. I'm sure they won't take too long. Fine, he mutters. How are you feeling? Do you feel any pain? He shakes his head. They gave me morphine for it, but I do feel sore. I see. There's a prolonged silence, and neither of us are willing to break it. In all honesty, I don't have anything to say right now. All I want is for someone to say what happened to him, or how bad his injury is, whatever it may be. I can't tell what Cam's thinking either. He keeps cracking his fingers as some sort of distraction. Without even thinking, I hold his left hand, squeezing it. The gesture takes him by surprise, but he doesn't let go. I try to exchange an encouraging smile, but it looks more sad than anything. We lock eyes and squeeze each other's hands. Just as before, we don't have to say anything to each other. I can see the slightest bit of fear behind his eyes. Like me, he's worried that this could ruin his career. His hand feels good in mine. He rubs my fingers with his thumb and breathes a sigh of relief. I'm not forgiving him, not just yet. But I think he's glad that I'm not abandoning him either. In times like this, who you have by your side says a lot. I can only wonder if he would do the same for me. He's about to open his mouth to say something, but gets interrupted by someone knocking. The same nurse who escorted me inside comes in with a doctor. He starts doing his routine work of checking Cameron's vitals, like his blood pressure and pulse. Good evening, Mr. West. I'm Dr. Schneider. The doctor presents himself. Hey, Doc, do you already know what's broken? Not yet. I'm just popping in before your x-ray results come in, he explains as he takes a swivel chair and writes down on his clipboard. Are you checking me again? They just dismissed it for internal bleeding. That's it, right? That's part of it. You likely have a concussion, and it needs to be monitored in case your symptoms become severe. I feel Cam squeeze my hand. I did think I had one at first, but that was just the shock from the hit. I don't have a headache anymore or any nausea. It doesn't work that way. You may feel better now, but may feel worse later. Dr. Schneider, I just want to know if my leg's screwed up or not. The doctor stands up, heading out. Just sit tight for a few more minutes. I'll go get your x-rays in the meantime. We're left alone again, and Cameron's mood is darkening. I tug softly at his hand. He looks up at me. Are you okay? Yeah, I just don't want to keep lying here for nothing. I know it has something to do with my knee. That's why I think all the other crap is unnecessary. Maybe, but there's nothing wrong with checking everything else. You know, just in case. He sneers. You sound as if I'm going to get a severe diagnosis. Well, no, but like I said, just in case. The nurse comes in again. You good? No dizziness or anything like that? No, I said I'm fine. Can't I go home and have the x-rays mailed to me? The former chuckles. You sound just like the older patients that come in. What are you trying to say? Cameron retorts. I tug at his hand. He's just joking. He doesn't mean anything about it. What a nice and patient wife you have, the nurse comments. Thanks. I know, Cameron says. The nurse leaves again and not even 5 minutes pass when Dr. Schneider walks back in again. This is the fastest service I've ever seen in a hospital. I guess being a sports star greases the wheels. All right, Mr. West. We got your results here. I hold my breath and feel his grip tighten. The doctor looks over the black sheets without saying anything, just inspecting them. Maybe he broke something else, and he didn't notice from the rush of adrenaline. I heard that could be possible, and that some people don't know for weeks, but he screamed out in pain when he got hurt. It has to be something worse. Is it the femur? His pelvis?
Chapter 20. Cameron. Torn ACL. I knew it, I say. Lucas said that when I got run down. Jasmine shakes her head. Dr. Schneider said it's not completely torn. At least it won't take months to recover. Yeah, but it's still going to be a long and tedious process. I don't even like staying in bed for more than a day. It'll go by fast, you'll see. I felt the same way when I broke my arm once. Before I knew it, I was back to climbing trees. It sounds like you didn't learn your lesson the first time. Hey, you're going to go back to playing hockey once you heal. That's even worse than falling from a tree. This is my career, though, not a hobby. Which means you'll have to suck it up and follow doctor's orders. You need to go to every physical therapy whether you like it or not. I laugh. All right, fine, I get it. But I'm not going to be in a wheelchair. Crutches are more than enough. She smiles. Hopefully you don't trip on your foot. I roll my eyes but still chuckle. I feel relieved that she's talking to me normally. However, this could be because we're in the hospital and I'm hurt. Either way, it feels good to laugh along with her. Stephen calls me and I give him the rundown of what the doctor said. He tells me he's arranged a visit with the team doctor once I'm discharged. Then they can tell how long I'll be off the ice. It's screwed up how one moment can change everything. We can't leave just yet. They've given me a packet of symptoms to monitor in case of concussion, even though I haven't felt a single symptom since they last asked me. At least that's one less thing to worry about. As we wait, Jasmine still holds onto my hand and I don't plan on letting it go. It's more than enough to have her here and be supportive. She could have made me come here alone, but she rushed to the ice to be by my side. Thank you, I say. She tilts her head. For what? Just for being here. I probably would have gone off on everybody in here if you weren't here. She averts her eyes. Well, I wanted to make sure you were okay. She pointedly avoids my gaze. Instead of teasing her about it, I leave it alone, just happy about her reaction. Can't wait to get the hell out of here so I can get to work. However, a few minutes turn into an hour. They take their sweet time getting me discharged. I feel like a damn child, but screw it. At least now I can put my energy into winning Jasmine back. I'm finally released after what feels like forever. They give me my crutches and a knee brace. The morphine has already started to wear off, and the pain from when I got run down creeps up on me. I don't let it show to not upset Jasmine. I saw how many times she held back tears. Although I shouldn't feel happy about it, I can't help it. It was an endearing sight how worried she was. But now that I'm finally leaving the hospital, I have to make my move already. I'm going to prove my love for Jasmine. I'm more determined than ever before. Having her here with me changed me. She's a stable presence in my life, and that's what I need. That's all I need. The problem is that I can't go ahead with the plan I thought of at first. Jetting off to Paris and confessing in a rose-adorned Eiffel Tower will take time to plan. Since I know I have this crap with my knee, I want something more accessible and quick. I have to take some advantage of my injury so she'll agree to hear my feelings. "Hey, don't make plans 2 nights from now," I blurt out. She jerks her head back in surprise. "What do you mean?" I clear my throat. "I have something planned for us. I was going to do it sooner, but now that this happened, I need to make a few arrangements." She stares at me, searching my face for any hint of what it could be. I can feel her hesitation, but she doesn't outwardly reject me. She sighs and nods. "Okay, I'll wait for you then." "Thank you." Stephen sent us a car, and it's waiting outside the hospital. Jasmine reluctantly gets in after helping me with the crutches and stays relatively quiet the whole ride. She checks in with me here and there until we drop her off at her place. Before shutting the door, she pops her head in the car. "Are you sure you can manage on your own?" I nod. "Don't worry about me. I'll text you if I need anything." "Okay, but please be careful." I wait until she walks inside to drive off. My mind works a mile a minute as I plan for my grand gesture. I only have 2 days to do it, and a lot to prepare for. "All right, I still have time until she comes," I tell myself as I put the finishing touches on the table. I may not have been able to do this at the Eiffel Tower, but I tried to replicate it in the fanciest garden in Manchester. It took nearly all day yesterday to make sure everything got set up exactly how I wanted it. It's romantic, simple but extravagant, but most importantly, private. I paid money to rent the public garden so as to not have anyone bother our dinner. Jasmine's going to get dropped off at the entrance of the park to follow a pathway made of petals. The trees are decorated with hanging fairy lights. The sidewalk lamps are too dull for my taste, and I want her to feel magical as she joins me at the table. The special touch is that she'll have over 100 bouquets of roses waiting for her here. Before she comes to the table, there's a large archway that's made of those same roses. It smells like a French perfumery where I stand, but I know she'll like it. I also arranged for a string quartet to serenade us. When she's close to the arch, she'll hear the music. All the classical romance songs will play as we enjoy a gourmet meal. Canon in D minor will be omitted since it's considered a wedding song. I want to hold off on it until our actual wedding, I think, as I organize her cutlery. Once we sit down to eat, please try playing the music quietly so I can hear Jasmine talk, I tell the violin players. They all nod and get to the positions I told them to stand in away from sight. "If I see one damn bug, I'm going to lose my mind," I mutter as I make a last check over the roses. Everything seems to be perfectly in place, but there's a nagging feeling in my chest. It feels like there's just one fine detail I'm missing. I run my hand through my hair. Nothing should be missing. I made sure of that. So what is it? I look over the list of things I might be missing when no, everything's still perfect. I don't understand why I'm feeling so weird about it. Maybe it has to do with not knowing what her reaction would be. We haven't talked much since parting ways after the hospital. Just her making sure I was doing fine, or if I was in any pain. Other than that, we haven't touched base on what happened that time. I guess I have my injury to thank for that, I bitterly think as I look down at my knee. The crutches ruin my suave and charming appearance. I try to use one of them, but I still need to get used to using both of them. It's a bummer, but whatever. In the meantime, I sit down to have the energy to stand up to wait for her arrival. I have to think about how I'm going to say everything that I need to. My words have to be direct without beating around the bush. "Jasmine, I know that what I did before meeting you was wrong in more ways than one, but I'm not that kind of guy anymore. That life doesn't appeal to me in the slightest now that I have you in my life." My words trail off as I think over them. It's the gist of my speech, but the beginning of it feels like I'm slacking too much. Maybe I could start by apologizing about our fight. I could explain I never want to hurt her, although that could still be a sore subject. The scandal is still going in full force, and that woman is trying to smear my reputation left and right. I have to make sure Jasmine stays in the moment with me, to make sure she takes in all of my love for her. I tap on the table, thinking of better ways to word my speech. I'm not going to make any jokes while I confess, or else she might think I'm not taking her seriously. I also don't want to come off too cocky as I usually do. I stop for a second. When was I ever this nervous about seeing a woman? Well, for starters, she's not just any woman. She's my other half, and I don't want to mess this up in the slightest. If I say something stupid, that's the end of it. It's hard not to think about it. Although I'm always sure about my decisions, I can only hope for her to accept me.
Chapter 21. Jasmine. I was hesitant at first to see Cameron tonight. Our communication hasn't progressed since we went to the hospital. Neither of us even broached the subject of his scandal, but it still weighs heavily on my mind. Yet here I am in the back of a limo, headed toward the secret spot Cameron arranged. I still have no clue what he has planned for tonight. My stomach's queasy, and I can't stop my leg from shaking. I'm nervous and still hesitant, but I can't help feeling excited too. There's no telling how this night will go, or what will be said. Frankly, I think I'm more scared than nervous. The little window from the driver's cubby rolls down. "We're here, miss," the driver says. "Where are we?" "The Fells Historic Gardens, ma'am." "Fells?" I nearly yell, but keep my voice down. I simply thank the driver with an appreciative nod and carefully step out of the limousine. Instantly, my eyes are met with bright yellow lights dancing above my head. My mouth's agape as I take in the hundreds of fairy lights hanging from the large trees. They're reminiscent of an enchanted forest. When I take a step, I notice a path made of rose petals. They are not flimsily scattered to resemble a walkway. They look as if they are embedded in the soft grass. From the looks of it, I can safely assume thousands of roses were plucked to create this. I start walking the rose path, admiring my surroundings with awe. The fairy lights that were left hanging remind me of wisteria trees. I run my arms through them, feeling like a fairy entering a secret garden. It gives me the urge to run barefoot and just prance around. Music plays as I walk. It's like a soft serenade that's welcoming me further inside. I think I can guess what song is playing. Then I come across a huge arch that resembles a cupid's bow, made out of roses as well. The music is a little louder, and a stronger scent of roses fills my nose. In the middle of this secret garden, Cameron stands, holding a rose bouquet matching the others he has laid around us. He leans on a round table for support, where a fancy dinner awaits. "Cameron, did you do all of this?" He smiles and nods. "I couldn't do it in the Eiffel Tower, but I still wanted to give you something just as good." "Are you kidding? This is amazing. I'm at a loss for words." He sets the bouquet down on his chair and takes one of my hands. He towers over me as he stares deep into my eyes. This is the closest we've been since our fight. I miss smelling his cologne. I hear him swallow. He rubs circles on the back of my hand with his thumb. I look down and realize he's just using one crutch. "Oh, let's sit down already. Where's the other?" My words get cut off as he gently holds my jaw to get my attention. When I turn back to him, he lets me go and just holds my hand. It looks like he's struggling to say something. "Cameron?" He clears his throat. "Jasmine, I want to tell you something really important." My heart starts racing. "Okay." I'm prepared for him to tell me about the baby, but I bite my tongue and brace myself to hear everything he has to say. I have to swallow hard to keep myself from crying. Then he sighs sharply. "Jasmine, I'm in love with you." I gasp. "What?" His expression turns serious. "I love you. I wanted to tell you this after the game, but the injury happened and all of that crap. But I didn't want to wait any longer to tell you. These last few days of not talking to you made me miserable. But I deserve it. It made me realize that I want more than just a clean image and a contract. I blink away tears threatening to fall. I want you to be with me. You're all that I want. The tears finally fall, and I smile through them. A heavy weight lifts off my shoulders, and it feels like I can breathe and that I don't have to hide myself anymore. I love you too, Cameron. I reach up to kiss him. I tried to deny it at first, but I realized that it was impossible to do. He smiles and kisses me back. Me too. But, I start to say, even though I feel this way about you, I have to know that you've changed, that you're not the guy that comes out in the news with a new woman every week. Don't worry. I swear that I haven't been that guy since we started this. That's not me anymore. I wipe my tears. But words aren't enough. I want to be able to trust you. I understand. He tips my chin and kisses me softly. I'll keep my promises. I'll prove it to you. I stare into his eyes. I can see his determination and genuineness to stay true to his words. Although I'm still scared to be heartbroken, I want to give him a chance. I'll take your word for it, I finally say. His serious expression melts into a boyish smile. He cups my cheek and kisses me softly but passionately. It feels like he's savoring my lips after a long time. Feeling him like this again fills the void of longing I've had lately. We break the kiss and press our foreheads together, simply enjoying the moment. You have no idea how much I missed you, he mutters as he circles an arm around my waist. I giggle. So did I, but we're here now in this beautiful setup. I know, and I promise this won't be the last. Can't wait. We hold on to each other for a little while longer. It's just us in this little world, as the music envelops us in a harmony of intimacy. It all feels so perfect. Until my stomach growls, completely ruining the moment. We both look at each other before bursting out into laughter. I've never heard such an aggressive demand for food before, he teases as he gestures to my seat. I forgot to eat breakfast. I pout as I sit down. What about lunch? Forgot that too. He looks at me incredulously. How can you go a whole day without eating? What if you came here hangry and told me to screw off? But I didn't, though. Still, that was risky of you. Women are crankier than men when they don't eat. Oh, come on, that's so not true. Yes, it is. Lucas tells me all the time how his wife is a different person when she's really hungry. I roll my eyes. Well, now that you mention it, I am starting to feel a little annoyed. He stares at me with a deadpan look. I can't help but laugh. I didn't feel hungry because I was nervous, okay? I didn't know what to expect tonight. Honestly, so was I. I even thought that you'd cancel on me. I did think about it, I admit. But I wanted to know what you had hidden up your sleeve. Then it's safe to say that it was a success. Cameron fills our glasses after popping a champagne bottle. I look around the table to find something to munch on, realizing there's no actual food here. I mistook the towels for a dish. Where is the food? He looks behind me and waves. I look behind me to find a chef bringing a cart full of delicious-looking meals. My mouth waters at the sight of a filet mignon. The chef organizes our plates on the table. The bread and butter goes in the middle. Salads are set next to our main plate. And finally, the main dish of tonight is presented. The more I smell it, the more my stomach growls. Cameron laughs as he dismisses the chef, after tipping him a hefty sum of $200. Enjoy your meal, he says. The chef disappears into the trees, heading back to wherever he came from. I'm guessing he has his cooking set up back there somewhere. Now I can finally enjoy a delicious meal. Excited? Cameron asks. Can you tell? Your face changes when food's involved. It's cute. I smile and take a sip of the champagne. The bubble texture tickles my throat. and it's not too sickeningly sweet. Cameron takes a piece of bread to spread butter over it. He hands it to me instead of eating it himself. "Taste it?" he says. I raise an eyebrow jokingly. "Did you poison it?" He scoffs. "If you didn't die from the beef bourguignon, you won't die from this." I laugh and happily take the bread. It's fluffy and so buttery that it melts in my mouth. I hum in satisfaction and take a bite out of the meat, unable to resist. The combination with the gravy sends me to heaven. I can even feel my toes curl up. "All right, I think you're enjoying this a little too much," Cam jokes. "It's so good," he chuckles. "I'm glad you like it. Eat to your heart's content, babe." Oh, what happened to Little Miss Perfect? I'm still going to call you that. I just feel like the occasion doesn't call for it. I lean my chin on my hand. What occasion would call for it? He smirks behind his glass. When you're giving me attitude, just to name an example. But babe sounds nice on the tongue. It sure does. We clink glasses, and an electrifying attraction binds us with just one look. But besides the intense heat from his gaze, there's a tenderness behind it. That's all it takes for me to fall for him all over again.
Chapter 22. Cameron. When I told Jasmine I loved her, I didn't think it could get any better. But now, back at my place, that feeling only seems to grow. Everything she does makes me want her even more. She's so kind and gentle. I can't help but love that about her. I lean forward and stroke her cheek. I'm always eager for another touch, another taste. I swoop down, capturing her lips in a passionate kiss. She moans my name into my mouth. "Cameron, I want you." I don't need to be told twice. I grab the hem of her shirt and pull it over her head, all the while trailing kisses from her mouth down. Jasmine giggles as I make my way down her body, the soft fabric of her bra rubbing against my face like silk. I slide my fingers under the edge of her lingerie and tug it down. The rest of this scene is hot with a capital H, and YouTube just can't take it anymore. I know you want nothing less than the most passionate session of spice right here and now. But if you want the unedited version of this audiobook, you'll have to find it on tylawalker.com. To make up for this annoying interruption, get 40% off of all digital products with the code SAVE40. It's my treat. Now how about I pick up where the heat starts to sizzle out? You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Eventually, our breathing steadies and Jasmine begins to stir. She lifts her head from my chest and looks up at me, her eyes filled with a mixture of vulnerability and affection. A soft smile touches her lips, and I can't help but mirror it. "I never knew love could be like this," she whispers. Her voice is barely audible, as if she's afraid to disturb the fragile bubble of intimacy that surrounds us. I brush a strand of hair away from her face, my fingers lingering on her cheek. Neither did I admit, my voice laced with wonder and sincerity. Being with you feels like coming home. Her smile widens and she leans in to press a gentle kiss against my lips. It's a sweet and tender gesture, filled with unspoken promises and the weight of all we have shared. As we lie there together, wrapped in each other's arms, I can't help but reflect on the journey that has led us to this moment. From the first stolen glances to the electric chemistry that had ignited between us, our connection had grown stronger with every passing day. But it was more than just physical attraction. It was the way our souls seemed to recognize each other. It was as if we were bound by an invisible thread, destined to find one another in this vast universe.
Chapter 23. Jasmine. It's starting to feel like taunting at this point. I have no idea how many articles there are of the same scandal. Even though they all say the same thing, they all feel like a slap to the face. I scrolled through the latest article. Cameron West gets slammed with paternity suit. Of course, it has to be in big, bold letters, like a stamp to my forehead to let me know this is happening. "Hey, babe," Cameron says as he comes into the living room. He holds 2 cups of coffee in hand. "You said 1 sugar cube, right?" "Yes, thank you." He cuddles up next to me on the massive couch. He rests his arm around my shoulders and lowers the TV's volume. A trashy reality show's on, and there's another fight about to happen. Not even that's enough to deter my attention from the drama in my life. I take a sip of the coffee, hoping that it'll scald my tongue and distract me even a little bit. Alas, it's the perfect temperature and just soothes me. "Everything okay?" I shake my head and show him the article I was reading. He scrolls through it quickly and lets out an exasperated sigh. He gives me back my phone and rubs his temple. "I don't know how the hell paparazzi get this information," he mutters. "Maybe she's the one telling them." Wouldn't surprise me. I stay quiet as I sip more coffee. I don't have much to say on the subject, at least not right now. I don't want to cause another fight that could end up worse than the last one. We just reconciled. Cameron mindlessly changes the channels a mile a minute. He's not paying attention to what's even on. He's probably using it as something to distract himself too. "Do you really not remember her name?" He turns the TV off. "Does it matter? All those articles have it in there." "I know, but I mean before it all blew up." There's a pregnant pause in the air. He stares at me with a serious expression that warps into guilt and worry. "I didn't, truthfully. I thought her name was Heather, but I was confusing her with someone else." "Another model?" I joke. I feel myself frowning and try to mask it with sarcasm. I'm sure he notices though, since he looks even more guilty. "Yeah," he says. I see." My heart wrenches. It looks like he has a type, one that I'm completely not. It makes my insecurities want to resurface and regress me back to a teenager. "Jasmine?" Tell me what you're thinking about, please." I tap my fingers over my cup as I try to gather my thoughts. I want to have an honest conversation about the whole thing. At the same time, I want to be reassured tenfold that he only loves me, that I'm the only one in his eyes, and that no one's more beautiful than me. But that's too much to ask. I have to be realistic too. I set down the cup on the coffee table. I put some space between us as I feel weird being hugged right now. I'm trying to keep my jealousy and doubt at bay, but it's still hard. "I don't want this to be a fight," I say. He nods. "Okay, neither do I. That's why I want to know what's going through your head right now." I look down at my lap. "Well, lots of things. Like the thoughts I had the first time I heard about this. I'm still having trouble with them." "Thoughts like what?" I shrug, like comparing myself to them. how they look and how you were with them. The words come out feeling like sandpaper on my throat. It's been so long since I felt this vulnerable. It's embarrassing and scary at the same time. His eyebrows furrow. There's nothing to compare to, Jasmine. When I'm with you, it's nothing like with those other women. Still, I can't help feeling like this. I mean, she's going out of her way to prove that the baby's yours. He furrows his brows. It's not mine. I know I acted like a shady asshole, but the more I thought about it, the less it makes sense. How can you be sure? Because she keeps changing the dates when the baby was supposedly conceived. She was either pregnant already or got pregnant after we broke things off. There's no consistency in her story. But what if it's the tabloids getting the information wrong and not her? He sighs and turns his entire body towards me. Jasmine, they make stuff up a lot of the time, but this story came directly from her. I already said she's just doing it for her 15 minutes of fame. I know this sounds like a guy thing to say, but I don't think I even slept with her. I nod, trying to understand. I want to keep pushing, but I also want as little information as possible for the sake of my sanity. I shut my eyes and take a long sip of the coffee. The image of them together sneaks up on me. It shatters my heart into pieces, but I have to remind myself of Cameron's love. If I'm going to be with him for real, I need to accept the ugly side of stardom. This won't be the last and only time a girl will try to ruin his image. There's always going to be someone after him, if it comes to fame and money. I have to accept all that is him. That includes potential baggage that could be brought into our relationship. If you were to be the father. Which I'm not. If you were. I clear my throat. I'll understand. It's not like you cheated on me. This was a long time ago. Cameron looks at me in disbelief, then with incredulity. I doubt you mean that. I do. I mean, you were that kind of guy before, and I didn't even know who you were at that time. So I have no right to oppose it. The whole time I avoid his eyes, I know I'll break down in tears instantly. I don't think I believe what I'm saying. Although it's a logical argument, it doesn't settle right with my heart. He takes my hand and squeezes it tight. I know you don't mean it. Why else would you confront me about it the same day the scandal broke out? Why else would you stop speaking to me for days? Because it felt like you didn't care about the whole thing. It hurt my feelings that you thought it was just nothing. Things like this happen all the time when you're in the spotlight. I'm not the only one. That's why I didn't think it was such a big deal. I sigh and lean back against the couch. I didn't think we'd come to this after the amazing date we had. It's like the calm before the storm, as they say. Cameron stares at me, and all I can do is offer him a smile. I know it doesn't look convincing at all, but I hold onto his hand for some comfort. He squeezes it tight again and doesn't say anything. We're both lost in our thoughts as we wait for the other to speak. It's not uncomfortable or heavy. It just feels like there's a silence needed as a buffer, like a little break to avoid going at each other's throats. All I know is that I do love him. I'm happy with him and have never felt like this before. This particular issue is just thorny. Of all the obstacles we have to overcome, this is the one. It couldn't be a relocation or something like that. It makes it harder because, while I do love him, can I be okay with it? Would I be able to handle seeing a child that's Cameron's with another woman? That would also mean having that woman in our lives from now on. What if she's not the only woman with his baby? I rub my head, feeling a splitting headache. All this overthinking is taking a toll on me. I'm supposed to be enjoying my time with him. Do you want me to take you home? Cameron asks, breaking the silence. I lift my head from the couch. Why? I thought maybe you'd want some space, like last time. I sigh. It's not that, Cameron. Then what is it? You keep going quiet on me. It's the same thing. I'm trying to be understanding, but it's hard to accept. I mean, how'd you feel if I was pregnant with someone else's child before meeting you, and I didn't find out until now? He scowls. That's not the same thing. I don't know, I'm just saying nonsense at this point. I don't know what to think. Instead of holding my hands, he grabs me by the shoulders. His scowl softens, but he still looks bothered by my words. I don't know how many times I have to keep telling you that I'm not the father. You're the one starting to make me feel stressed about it. I scoff and cross my arms. Why me? You should be stressed about it. He runs a hand over his hair. Look, we can sit here all night arguing about it, but I don't want to do that. Cam, I can keep swearing up and down that it's not mine, but I know that's not enough for you. All I can tell you is that you need to learn to trust me, or this isn't going to last. I've changed, but I can't keep convincing you of that. I look away, resigned. I sigh deeply, knowing he's right. There's nothing I can do but believe in him. I did say I'd give him a chance.
Chapter 24. Cameron. What piece are you choosing? Jasmine asks me. I'm not sure. Let me look around one more time and see what speaks to me. She laughs. What's so funny? I ask her. You sound like an actual artist right now. Didn't think I'd hear you say you want to look for a piece of ceramic art that speaks to you. I give a shrug. What can I say? You can teach an old dog new tricks. Inside the trendy date night spot, that's what's art. Jasmine and I are looking for prepared ceramic pieces to paint. After we choose our pieces and take them to our table, we can go to the bar and place an order for food. Then we'll choose the paints and any other materials to create a finished work. It's a very popular spot, and Jasmine needs a night out on the town. Plus, she's in her element when she's being creative. Her confidence and allure shines. Hopefully, this will cheer her up. I walk through the shelves of ceramic artwork, hoping this time around I will find just what I'm looking for. Jasmine stoops to choose an angel with one foot propped on a boulder. She looks up at me. I'm going to take mine to the table and order some drinks for us. What can I get for you? What are you having? I'll start with a red sangria. That sounds good. I'll take one too. Most of the pieces are duplicates. 6 replicas of each ceramic sculpture are available for selection. So when I see the lone sculpture of a hand, I stop to inspect it further. Jasmine returns. I realized how hungry I was when I ordered the drinks, so I got us a sampler platter of wings, mozzarella sticks, and pretzel bites. You good with that? All good, I reply. What do you think of this one, babe? I picked up the hand sculpture to show her. I think there is so much you can do with it. What do you think? She asks, turning the question back on me. I examine the piece once more. I think it speaks to me. It's the only one I see here, so that makes it one of a kind. I look into Jasmine's eyes, pull her toward me, and plant a kiss on her forehead. Just like you. She smiles. Let's get started then. Grabbing my free hand, Jasmine leads me to our table. I laugh at her apparent urgency. You just want to eat. Shh. Ladies aren't supposed to admit that. Since when did you conform to that nonsense? Never. I think it's more embarrassing for your stomach to growl. It's always at the most inconvenient moment. I laugh harder, thinking of some women I dated who tried in vain to cover their rumbling stomachs. That reminds me of why we're here. I want to help Jasmine get her mind off my past behavior. Or rather, the consequences of being an old dog. My player days got me in this mess. The thought brings my laughter to an abrupt halt. You okay? Jasmine asks. Yeah, it just hit me again. Being with you is nice. At that moment, our drinks arrive. I'll drink to that, Jasmine says with a smile. She lifts her glass. I mimic her gesture. Cheers. Cheers, I repeat as our glasses clink. Eager to begin my masterpiece, I put my glass down. I'm going to go get some paints and brushes. I'm right behind you. We choose our paints and return to the table. The sampler platter is there with plates, flatware, and napkins. I'm eating, Jasmine announces. Her declaration makes me chuckle. Grabbing a wing, I take a large bite. No arguments here, I say, enjoying the food with her. A few moments later, a server appears at our table. How is everything? Can I get you anything else? Jasmine gulps her food to respond. Can we get some water to drink and refills on the sangria? Sure, the server replies. Do you want to order any more food? We have pepperoni pizzas or wraps for entrees. Jasmine gives me a questioning look. If you want anything else to eat, order it, hun. She looks up at the server. I am good right now, but can I order a dessert when you bring the drinks? No problem, the server answers before walking away. When our drinks arrive, Jasmine orders an ice cream sundae with 2 spoons. If you don't want any, I'll be happy to eat it all by myself, she says with a sly grin. No way. I think you not minding eating in front of me is refreshing, but I have to draw the line at gluttony. In between shared bites of the sundae, Jasmine and I paint our ceramic pieces in relative silence. Every so often, one of us looks at the other and asks, You good? The response is usually an or a slight nod of the head. Finished, I announce. I give my piece a little spin to see how it looks. I painted the hand in an olive skin tone and wrapped vines around each finger from roots at the palm. Flowers bloom on the vines as they make their way upward. That's nice, Jasmine tells me after giving it a once-over. Remind me to ask you what you were going for with the vine imagery. We head to the counter to pay for the food and the ceramic art. How was everything? The cashier asks. We place the pieces down on the counter. Good, I offer. Wonderful, the cashier exclaims. Okay, your pieces will be ready to pick up in 2 days. That will allow us to dry the pieces properly and fire them in the kiln. After paying for our date night art and meal, I take Jasmine's hand. Let's go for a walk. With the sun setting and the city lit up, we walk hand in hand on the busy sidewalk. We're talking, cracking jokes, and being honest with each other. I abruptly stop and pivot, grabbing Jasmine by the shoulders to face me. Jasmine, I begin. Cameron? I realize my past behavior, the way I was, has made things hard for you. But I honestly don't know how to apologize for something that had nothing to do with you. Something that happened before I met you. Before I loved you. I notice Jasmine shift her weight on the other foot. Her gaze drops. I cup her chin and lift her head. I do love you, Jasmine. She protests. But, I interrupt. But I wish you would believe in me a little more. I get that I have a checkered past with women, but I would never lie about this. I mean, this type of thing is about being a damn adult. If I thought there was even a chance I was the father, I'd tell you. Cameron. I may have been careless, but I've never been sloppy. Cameron, I love you. Jasmine's outburst makes me stop. I love you, and I hear you. She pauses. And I apologize for making you miserable about all of this. I know this has got to be just as hard for you. But I have to be honest. If you get a blood test and the results aren't what we hope, I'm not sure how I'm going to deal with this. Be nice if we can deal with it together, I say. Yeah, she agrees. Nice. So can we? I look into her eyes, searching for the answer. Jasmine throws her arms around me. I let out a sigh of relief and wrap my arms around her. Calling my assistant Chelsea to set up a paternity test has to be one of the most cringeworthy things I've had to do. Okay, I have you scheduled at the DNA lab this afternoon. And when will she be there, Chelsea? Jasmine asks. Her appointment is in the morning. So there's no chance they'll bump into each other. Not unless she feels like lingering for 6 hours. I insert myself back into the conversation. Thanks, Chelsea. You're welcome. Luck to you both. We end the call and stare at one another. I take a deep breath, put my head in my hands, and exhale. I feel Jasmine's hands on my knees and look up to see her kneeling in front of me. "We're doing this together, right? Like we said last night." "Yeah," I reply. "While I'm thinking about it, why don't you tell me now what you were trying to show with the hand sculpture?" "Our new relationship. Rooted. Believing in one another. Encouraging each other to grow." Jasmine smiles and places one hand, palm upward, on my lap. I place my hand in hers. Days later, the much-anticipated results finally arrive. I sign for the envelope and sit next to Jasmine, my heart pounding. We open the envelope that holds the truth we have been waiting for. "I don't know how to read this," I say with frustration. I thrust the paper into Jasmine's hand. She reads it with apprehension, then whispers, "You are not the father." "I'm not the father," I mumble. Then I repeat it. "I'm not the father. I'm not the father." With the last declaration, I jump up with a yip. Then I plop down as the information registers with me. Relief sweeps over me like a gentle breeze. Unable to contain myself with an insatiable need to play, I look at Jasmine. A smile lights up my face. "Well, looks like I'm not the father." I chuckle and nudge her softly. "This time? This time? Who knows?" I tease. "Maybe someday in the future? You interested?" Jasmine laughs, her eyes sparkling with love and amusement. She playfully nudges me back, her voice filled with affectionate banter. "Oh, so you think you've got what it takes, huh? We'll see about that."
Chapter 25. Jasmine. Another surprise? Cameron, I know you make good money from the Nighthawks, but these surprises have to be making a pretty huge dent in your bank account. As I speak, I realize he may take this the wrong way, but I don't want him going bankrupt for me. "Babe, don't worry. My accountant has been investing my money for a while. I'm not going broke anytime soon." He chuckles. "So what's the surprise then?" I ask, knowing the answer already. "Well, if I told you, then it wouldn't be much of a surprise, would it?" He teases. "But how am I supposed to plan accordingly? What if I need something and I don't bring it because I wasn't sufficiently warned?" I make sure my voice sounds sarcastic. Part of me doesn't like being unprepared, but I also like the idea of being whisked away. Destination unknown. I will say this. Pack a bag for a few days and plan for warm weather. Also, tell Destiny and her husband to pack too. "Do you think they can get a few days off of work?" Cameron asks. "Honey, you think us regular working folks can just call off and go jet-setting around the world at a moment's notice?" There's a pause. "Well, they should be able to come for the weekend, at least." I can tell he didn't think this part through. "I'll talk to them tonight. But how soon should they be ready to go? Like this weekend in 2 days?" "This weekend?" I ask. Another pause. "Maybe," he replies. Oh my Lord, he's trying to plan a trip for a large group of working adults at the last minute? This man has never had to worry about schedules and babysitters and time off requests. "Okay, I'll talk to them and let you know what they say. So are we all getting a ride to the airport or what?" "Yeah, I can arrange that," he replies. I sigh. This is all happening so fast. I'm thrilled that he's willing to go through all of this, especially including my family, but it's also a bit overwhelming. If someone had told me 3 months ago that I would be having this conversation with Cameron West, who is essentially my IRL fiancé, I would have laughed in their face. It's funny how fate can derail your life in an instant. In this case, it put me on a much better path. "I love you," he says. I realize I've been quiet for a while. "I love you too, but don't hold your breath that we can all be ready within 2 days, okay?" I tease him again. "I'm sure you can figure it out," he replies. "I gotta get going, but I'll talk to you later." He hangs up, and I lean back in my chair. Flashes of the past few months play in my head like a highlight reel of my life. The contract, the first date, the cameras, the yacht trip around Manhattan. It's all so ethereal. Is this actually my life now? I call Destiny and tell her the news. After screaming for a few minutes, she tells me she'll get the time off of work, and she'll get her husband to do the same. I don't even have a location yet, and she's acting like we're about to get married in Barbados or something. Wait, is that the surprise? Does he have a destination wedding planned, and that's why he wants my family there too? After some thinking, I dismiss the thought. He's pretty romantic, but I don't think he'd plan a wedding on this short notice. A proposal, maybe, but not a full-on wedding. Wait, will he propose to me? And will I say yes? Part of me already knows the answer is yes, but I mull it over for a while. We're still in the honeymoon phase, which is ironic since we haven't even tied the knot. But what about after the luster wears off? Will I still have such strong feelings for him? Will he just plan extravagant surprises every time we get into a fight? Yes, that could keep things interesting, but it's not better than open and honest communication. I decide to push those thoughts out of my head for now. Let's see what this surprise is first, then go from there. Finally, it's early on Saturday morning, and the limo drops me, Destiny, and her husband off at the airport. Destiny is wearing a Hawaiian sundress, complete with oversized sunglasses and a massive sun hat. Her husband is wearing a Hawaiian shirt, shorts, flip-flops, and sunglasses. They look like such tourists. Cameron is waiting for us at the airport. We hug and kiss in front of the others. Come on, follow me. We wander through the airport for what seems like forever. Finally, I realize that we're not flying commercial. Of course, he's going to rent a private plane. How could I have thought we would take a regular flight? On board, his parents are already seated and enjoying glasses of champagne. There are some awkward exchanges and pleasantries as everyone introduces themselves. I wasn't expecting his parents to be here. I mean, they're lovely people, but I can't exactly be myself around them. Plus, having them here changes the whole vibe. I look at Destiny, and it's obvious she feels the same way. Still, it's my first time on a private plane, and it is everything I hoped it would be. Okay. Are you ready to know where we're going? Cameron asks. His parents reply yes too. They don't even know where we're going. These past few months have been amazing, and I haven't been this happy in a long time. Since we have a break from practice right now, I thought it would be a good idea for all of us to spend a week in... A dramatic pause for effect. Hawaii, he exclaims. Destiny screams in excitement, almost knocking her drink over. Specifically, we're going to the Big Island. I know someone who has a mansion there, and we're going to stay there for the entire week. Sunshine, surf, and tropical paradise. Cameron continues. The flight attendant walks around and tops off all of our drinks. We toast to Cameron's amazing surprise. He snuggles next to me, wrapping his arm around my shoulder. His parents glance at us, and I feel a bit self-conscious. This is amazing. I never thought you would be one to plan something like this, I tell him. I've actually had this idea for a while. Now that the stars have aligned and I have someone truly special in my life, it's perfect, he replies. Oh, so you planned this before you met me? For whomever you were dating? I ask. Part of me is teasing him, but another part of me laments that this isn't a unique vacation he designed for me specifically. Well, I didn't have anyone in mind when I planned it. Not really, he stammers. I can tell I caught him off guard. Don't worry, it's super romantic no matter what. I've always wanted to go to Hawaii, and I can't think of a better person to spend my time with over there, I reply. We kiss. I know his mom is watching, but I choose not to care. The flight is much longer than I would have thought, but being on a private jet means you get to walk around and stretch your legs. The plane has TVs, recliners, and even beds so we can nap on the way. By the time we land, I'm ready to be out of the jet. It's nice, but it's also a bit cramped with 6 people in it. Plus, I've never liked long flights anyway. From the airport, it's another hour to the mansion. It's dusk when we arrive, so the island is bathed in purple, red, and orange light. It's incredible to just look out and see the ocean in all directions. The mansion is even better than I imagined. It's on a massive 3-acre estate, with palm trees, fruit plants, and waterfalls everywhere. It's near the top of the island, so the views are incredible. I could literally stand and watch the ocean for hours. As we get settled, I pull Cameron aside and kiss him deeply for a few moments. The rush of being here and knowing that we get to be together for the next 7 days is overwhelming. It seems like every day I'm falling more in love with him. "I love you," I say as I pull my lips away from his. "I love you too," he replies as he pulls me closer and kisses me again. Destiny interrupts us to ask about the room situation. "Can we choose any of the open bedrooms?" I think so. He has a maid service that cleans everything after we leave," Cameron replies. Destiny's super excited about that. I can imagine her and her husband using every open room during our stay here, a new room every night. "And what about our room?" I ask. Cameron smiles and leads me to the master bedroom on the top floor. It has a large balcony overlooking the mainland eye. It feels like we're literally on top of the world. Below is the rest of the island, and the vast ocean in the distance. The air is perfectly cool and breezy. I can see clouds forming at the top of the volcano, but the sky in front of us is a brilliant blue. Everything about this moment is perfect. If this is the kind of life I can have with Cameron West, I'll say yes to any proposal he offers. He walks over to me and we start kissing again. Part of me wants to go into the bedroom, lock the door, and pull the curtains closed. But with his parents and Destiny snooping around, now's not the best time. Still, if there's any place for us to get intimate, this is about as good as it gets. My phone buzzes, but I ignore it. I'm almost positive it's work, asking me about the upcoming campaign, but they can wait a little while.
Chapter 26. Cameron. "Cam, how does it feel having your future wife calling the shots?" a reporter yells out at me. I struggle to understand them because another reporter is also shouting questions. "Has being engaged to the team's new sports marketing manager helped your playboy image?" Then I hear one snarky reporter ask, "Or is she just here to keep you in line?" I scoff and answer with a smirk. I thought this was going to be a real press conference with proper questions. Then I shoot Jasmine a look and wink as other members of the press pack erupt in laughter. I'm sitting at a long table next to Dom, Jonathan, a few other players, and Steven. It's the team's last night of a 1-week stay at a Paris hotel for an ad campaign photo shoot. The hotel conference room is the chosen location for a press conference organized by Jasmine. We're there to field questions about the new team slogan, its usage, and our participation in a cologne ad campaign. Above us hangs a banner with the season's slogan, "Intensity is not a perfume." When the laughter dies down, I speak. "Look, I'm thrilled to be leading the team this season. I think the slogan speaks to how we intend to approach the game." I make a gesture of inclusiveness towards the guys seated at the table. "Of course, I think it's really cool that we all get to be a part of the Intensity for Men Cologne ad campaign." I look at Jasmine, who is standing off to the side and a little behind the cameras. Having my fiancée take the lead in making us all look good on this campaign is icing on the cake, I say. One reporter directs a question to Steven. "Steven, the first photos released to the public were quite unexpected. There was no fanfare or any teasers. Has this partnership been in the works for a while, or was it just perfect timing?" Steven looks over at Jasmine. "I'll defer that question to our sports marketing manager, Jasmine Morris." Without missing a beat and as if she was expecting to field questions, Jasmine grabs a cordless mic from one end of the table and turns it on. "Thanks, Steven." Then she turns her attention to the reporter, who is still awaiting an answer. In answer to your question, I would say, yes. Intensity for Men and the Nighthawks have been working toward a cohesive collaboration for some time. It just happens that the messaging for this season perfectly lines up for both organizations. Then the same snarky reporter speaks again. Cameron is captain. We understand you are the face of the campaign. What would you say to people who may think Jasmine is in her position because of your status on the team? I glare at the reporter and then look toward Jasmine. She rolls her eyes, takes a deep breath, and smiles. I would say they don't know her work ethic. Thanks to Jasmine's understanding of the fans, along with her marketing expertise, we have a kick-ass slogan, and that slogan helped us cement the partnership with Intensity for Men. Dom jumps in, but he's not here to defend his fiancée's skills. We're here, so it's obvious she's got what it takes. How about we take some real questions about the upcoming season and the ad campaign? After Dom's rebuke, the reporter's questions are more civil and on topic. When the press conference ends, Jasmine and her team hang behind to wrap up. Dom walks past me on his way toward the conference room exit. Hey, I call out to him. He turns around. Thanks for sticking up for Jasmine back there. She doesn't need defending, man. Jasmine is good at her job. That reporter was looking to get slapped in the mouth. I give Dom a fist bump. I would have gladly done it. That wouldn't have helped Jasmine, he says. Yeah, I know. Don't forget about the plans for our last night here, okay? For sure, man. I wouldn't miss it for the world. I watch Jasmine finish the meeting with her team and wait for them to leave the room. Then I walk up to her and give her a gentle kiss and a hug. That went well, I say while still holding her. As well as expected. Although I didn't expect so many questions about my qualifications. Some folks just want to stir up drama, babe. You hungry? Jasmine's eyes brighten. She pulls out of the hug and looks up at me. Gradually, a smile spreads over her face. I'm famished. Are we eating at the hotel restaurant? We've already eaten here. Let's try a different Michelin restaurant. Oh, you got something in mind? As a matter of fact, I do. Jasmine jumps up and down, clapping her hands together. Then she stops and frowns. Do you mind if I take a quick shower and rinse this event off? Of course not. Thanks. Give me 20 minutes. You got it. Meet up in the lobby? Jasmine gives me a surprised look. You're not coming up to the suite? Jasmine, if I come up to the suite, we may not make it back out. She lets out a hearty laugh. Okay, I'll see you in the lobby. Jasmine runs out of the conference room and I head to the lobby. I sit on the sofa and send a quick text to Chelsea. Hey man, what are you doing? I look up to see Jonathan approaching. Texting Chelsea, I reply. Is it about tonight? Yeah. I can't believe you're actually going through with this. It's too late to come clean now. This is the only way to make it right. All right, man, Jonathan says with a fist bump. If you say so, I'll see you tonight. It's been weeks since our Hawaiian vacation. Jasmine and I are still feeling high about the entire event. Introducing her as my fiancée feels natural. Yet it's still not real. The lie about proposing at the Eiffel Tower still hovers over us. Tonight, I'm planning to make that a reality. Sure, I can propose anywhere and make it magical, but I want to show Jasmine how much I love her. The fancy dates are one thing. Making the Eiffel Tower proposal come to life is another. Until now, the opportunity did not present itself. At least, not to allow me to surprise her. Because of the ad campaign, Jasmine unintentionally ends up organizing the logistics of getting herself to Paris for the surprise proposal she invented. You ready to go? Jasmine's voice startles me out of my thoughts. Yeah. Is it far? No, not at all. Still, I think it's better if we ask the concierge to get a taxi for us. This hotel is in a great location. I'm glad you chose it. Jasmine and I approach the concierge to ask for a taxi service. Once it arrives to take us to lunch, we return to our discussion of the luxury hotel at the heart of the city. Cameron, you have made this week feel like a romantic getaway. We've made some unforgettable memories. breakfast on the terrace of our suite, an aperitif basket, and massage for me after work. And of course, the Eiffel Tower tour. When we arrive at the small bistro, I see the curiosity in Jasmine's eyes. "Did you expect something grand?" I ask her. "Well, you said it was a Michelin restaurant." I open the door for her. She continues, unable to hide the disappointment in her voice. "But it doesn't look like you can get over 14 people in here at a time." At that moment, the owner appears and greets us. He takes us to our seats and explains how the menu works. We can order an appetizer, 2 entrees, a fish, fresh fruit and cheese, 2 desserts, and wine to pair with the meal. To Jasmine's delight, each plate is a delicious work of art. When we arrive back to our suite, Jasmine stops me as I'm opening the door, throws her arms around my neck, and kisses me. "This has been an absolutely magical week." "I'm glad you think so," I say, although I had my doubts at the restaurant today. Jasmine sighs. "I have to confess, Cameron, I thought..." She hesitates. "I mean, we're so close to the Eiffel Tower and everything." She stops herself, shakes her head, and throws both hands up. "It doesn't matter. I've loved every moment here. I've spent them with you, and I can't ask for anything more. It has been nice. Makes me look forward to being Mr. and Mrs. Jasmine smiles. "I'm going to go upstairs and get comfortable." "Hold on, babe. I had some champagne set out on the terrace to celebrate our last day in Paris." I take Jasmine's hand and lead her out to the terrace overlooking the Eiffel Tower that's now lighting up for the evening. Jasmine looks at the monument. "Isn't it beautiful?" I turn Jasmine around so her back is facing the terrace doors and look into her eyes. "You're beautiful." I take a deep breath. "Jasmine, I didn't want you to have to wait this long, but we're here now." Jasmine looks at me with confusion. "Here? I wanted to bring the guys since they've known from the start, but I couldn't figure out how to make it happen. Funny thing is, you made it happen." "Cameron, I'm lost." "The trip to Paris, the Eiffel Tower, this week of magic, that was all you, babe." "Okay, so?" I turn Jasmine back around to see all the guys on the team and my assistant Chelsea looking on at the terrace entrance. "Cameron?" I drop to one knee and take her hand. "Jasmine Marie Morris, in front of the Eiffel Tower and in the presence of witnesses, I'm asking you to marry me. Will you?" Her eyes well up with tears as she manages to whisper, "Yes."
Chapter 27. Jasmine. I stare at the giant rock on my ring finger, hardly daring to believe that Cameron proposed. I'm so excited, I can't wait to start planning my wedding. Even more so, I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with him. I feel blessed and elated. The ring glitters in the light that filters in from the window. With a smile on my lips, I hold my hand up so I can look once more at the promise that shines brightly on my 4th finger. As I admire the ring, thoughts of our future together swirl in my mind. I imagine the joyous celebrations, surrounded by friends and family, as we declare our love for each other in front of everyone we hold dear. The image of Cameron, waiting for me at the altar, his eyes filled with love and anticipation, makes my heart skip a beat. Lost in my daydreams, I start envisioning the perfect venue for our wedding, perhaps a rustic barn, adorned with twinkling fairy lights and fragrant flowers that match the hues of my bridal bouquet. I can already feel the soft fabric of my wedding gown cascading around me as I walk down the aisle, the delicate lace brushing against my skin. "What are you thinking about?" Cameron's voice breaks through the haze of daydreaming that I've surrounded myself with, and I smile at him as he walks into the bedroom. I laugh. "I'm mentally wedding planning." Cameron chuckles and joins me on the edge of the bed. His eyes warm with affection. "Already? We just got engaged and you're already knee-deep in wedding plans?" I nod, unable to contain my excitement. "I can't help it. It's like a whirlwind of ideas flooding my mind. I want our wedding to be perfect. He places his hand on mine, his touch comforting. It will be perfect because it'll be ours, no matter what. His words fill me with a sense of calm. At this moment, I realize that it isn't just about the venue, the decorations, or the dress. It's about our love, our commitment to each other. You're right, I say softly, leaning my head against his shoulder. As long as we're together, everything will be perfect. Cameron turns to face me, his eyes sparkling with tenderness. You know what part I'm most excited about? I raise an eyebrow in anticipation. What? The vows, he says, a soft smile gracing his lips. I can't wait to stand before our loved ones and promise my heart to you forever. My heart flutters at his words, and I can't wait to make my vows to you too. In that moment, time seems to stand still as we imagine the promises we'll exchange on our wedding day for a sacred bond that will intertwine our lives forever. I lean forward and press my lips to his. I have a present for you, I say quietly. Oh? I stand and begin undressing. I want to make love to him this time. I want to show him how much he means to me. I take each article of clothing off slowly and sensually. His breath hitches as he watches me, and I know he wants me as much as I want him. As I stand before him, completely exposed, I see the hunger in Cameron's eyes. His desire for me is palpable, and it ignites a fire within me that cannot be contained. With each movement, each deliberate step closer to him, I feel a surge of confidence wash over me. I know that at this moment, there is no pretense, no inhibition. It's just us, two souls bound together by love and passion. Cameron reaches out, his hands trembling with anticipation, and pulls me into his embrace. The heat of his body against mine sends shivers down my spine as we begin to explore each other's skin. His touch is electric, sending waves of pleasure coursing through my veins. Every caress, every stroke is an affirmation of the love we share, a love that goes beyond mere physical desire. I move my hands lower to unbuckle his belt and slide his jeans down the length of his long legs. The rest of this scene is too spicy for YouTube. I know you're disappointed, but if you're ready for the unfiltered version, where every juicy detail stays intact, head over to tylawalker.com for the ultimate stash of our complete audiobooks and ebooks waiting to be unleashed. Don't forget to punch in Save 40 at checkout for a sweet 40% discount. Let's return to the story. We collapse onto the bed, our bodies still entwined, our hearts pounding in time with each other. The sweat glistening on our skin is a testament to the passion we've just shared. As we lie there, basking in the afterglow of our lovemaking, I know that this is just the beginning of a lifetime of passion and devotion. Our bodies may be spent, but our love is infinite, and it will continue to grow and strengthen with each passing day. With a satisfied sigh, I pull Cameron closer, his arms wrapping around me as we drift off into a deep and peaceful sleep.
Chapter 28. Cameron. In my entire career as a hockey player, I've never been nervous before a game, but as I pull on my tux jacket and slip the tail of my tie over itself, I can actually feel my heart beating a little faster. Behind me, the guys are getting ready too. That is, they're drinking whiskey and smoking cigars, and just generally being rowdy. Par for the course, only this time they're dressed in black tie. My own whiskey glass sits on the oak table beside me, and I lift it up absent-mindedly, taking a swig to calm the nervous excitement that's got a hold of me. The Glenfiddich burns the back of my throat pleasantly, but it does little to calm the nerves. What has this woman done to me? I mumble as I put down the glass and tighten the half-Windsor knot at my collar. I think she's made you feel something other than ego, comes a familiar voice. I turn to see Jonathan grinning inanely, and I have to laugh. Can't argue with that. I reply with a chuckle. Who would have thought? Happens to the best of us, he tells me, clapping me on the shoulder with mock commiseration. Thank God, I joke before turning back to the mirror and running a hand through my hair. I still can't believe I'm about to get married, and I count my lucky stars for what seems like the 1,000th time since Jasmine said yes. Said yes without being contractually obliged to. It's time! Chelsea's voice cuts through the rabble from where she's peeked her head in the door. She shoots me a massive grin, and I smile back. All right, boys, let's get me married, I announce. The room erupts into a mixture of cheers and teasing jokes as we file out the door and toward the massive event hall I've rented for the occasion. Moments later, I'm standing at the altar with Jonathan and Stephen behind me. The whiskey finally seems to be doing its job, and all I feel now is joy at what's about to happen. I peer out at the vast sea of friends and family, all waiting like I am for a glimpse of the bride. When the harpist strikes those first notes of a reinterpreted wedding march, my heart leaps in my chest again. And then I see her. Jasmine appears like a vision at the other end of the hall. I don't know the first thing about dresses, but I know this one is special. It's white, but it's far from a traditional wedding dress. Instead, it's threaded through with tendrils of purple and blue that get darker the further down the dress they go. The skirt falls right down to the floor and trails after her. It's exactly her style, and I break out into a huge smile as she takes her first steps down the aisle. The dress hugs her waist, and as she gets closer, I can see the tendrils of color are actually tiny vines. It's like she's enveloped in some kind of otherworldly forest, and I love it. But really, the dress fades away when I bring my eyes to Jasmine's face. She looks so beautiful, the most stunning I've ever seen her. Her long dark hair is pulled up, revealing her gorgeous neck, and her eyes seem to practically sparkle. The stunning smile that first attracted me to her, way back in that first fated meeting, makes me count myself a lucky man once again. When she finally reaches the altar, all I can do is stare at her and grin like an absolute idiot. And the funny thing is, I don't even care. Friends, family, and loved ones, the celebrant begins. We're here today to celebrate the love between Cameron West and Jasmine Morris. He keeps talking, but I can barely hear him. Not with Jasmine standing in front of me looking as stunning as she does. It's a little sappy, honestly. Not my usual fare. But something really has changed in me since I met Jasmine. A lot has changed, actually. Right now, I can't imagine being with anyone but her. Can't believe I ever was with anyone but her. A bizarre thought comes to mind that makes me almost laugh out loud and ruin the whole ceremony. I suddenly realize that just a few months ago, this was slated as a fake marriage, and now, well, now it's the most real thing I've ever experienced. The couple will now exchange vows, the celebrant says, his words suddenly waking me up from my musings. Jasmine, I begin, my face breaking into an even wider smile than before. When we met, I was an absolute mess. This elicits a chuckle from the crowd, and even from Jasmine herself. But meeting you completely changed my life. You see me in a way no one else ever has. You love me for who I am, not who I'm supposed to be. And you make me a better man. You are the most beautiful and the most real woman I have ever met. I promise I will love you exactly as you are every day for the rest of my life. Every word I speak comes straight from the heart, and I can't help but think again about how much I've changed since meeting my bride. As I finish, I see Jasmine's eyes grow misty. She has to take a deep breath before she begins her own vows. I know I'm probably not supposed to, but I reach out and squeeze her hand. Screw it, I figure. It's our wedding and we're nothing if not unconventional. She squeezes my hand back and we remain that way as she recites her own vows. Cameron, she begins, you were an absolute mess when I met you. This draws an even bigger laugh from the crowd and I have to chuckle too. She's beating me at my own game. But so was I, Jasmine confesses, and the room falls quiet again. I've never felt like I belonged anywhere, but now that I've found you, I know I'm finally home. You've shown me that the parts of myself I thought didn't fit in were actually just waiting for the right person to fit with. I love you, all of you, and I promise to always be home to you, the way you're home to me. Jasmine's words hit me right in the chest. It's all I can do not to pull her close and kiss her right there. Cameron West, the celebrant continues before I can derail the ceremony. Do you take Jasmine Morris to be your lawfully wedded wife? I do, I reply, smiling so hard it hurts. Jasmine Morris, he continues. Do you take Cameron West to be your lawfully wedded husband? I do, she replies with more excitement than I've probably ever seen from her. The celebrant grins before pronouncing us man and wife. Even before he said the rest of it, I pull Jasmine toward me, grasping her around her waist until our bodies are pressed against each other. Our first kiss as a married couple, the first kiss of the rest of our lives. And it's a good one. As the cheers of our friends and family erupt around us, I feel the warmth of Jasmine's body against mine, the softness of her lips, and the promise we now share. Mrs. West, I say to her as I break from the kiss and offer her my hand. Mr. West, she replies, and we grin at each other. We make our way down the aisle hand in hand as people rush to congratulate us. In a hall this big, it takes a while to get through everyone. All the team is there, of course. Some, like Jonathan and Stephen, join us from where we stood at the altar. The others are part of the crowd. They all give me big bear hugs, clapping me on the back a little too hard in keeping with the tradition of giving each other a hard time. But each of them gives Jasmine a kiss on each cheek and a hug, telling her she's really part of the Nighthawks family now. Something about this makes my heart feel even bigger than it already is. Given the history of ribbing me about this relationship, and even flat out making fun of Jasmine in the early days, their change in attitude means a lot. Jasmine is incredibly good-natured about it. Of course she is, she's just that kind of person, and she hugs them all back. She even makes a joke that just because they're family now, it doesn't mean she'll be doing their PR work for free. A round of laughter ensues, and Jasmine flashes me a smile in the midst of it. It's not long until the post-ceremony greetings shift into the evening's reception. I've booked out the entire Grand at Bedford Village Inn for the occasion. What this means is that the party goes well into the night, and it's a good thing it does. With all the guests at the wedding, it takes practically all night to celebrate with them all properly. In fact, it feels like forever before Jasmine and I find each other on the dance floor, aside from the first dance, that is. Mrs. West, I cry, stretching my arm out so she can take my hand through the sea of dancing revelers. Mr. West, she yells back with a laugh, grabbing my hand before curling into my arms. Did I ever tell you how much I love you? I tell her as we move in unison to the 90s remix the celebrity DJ has selected. Jasmine smiles up at me, undeniable adoration in her eyes. You might have mentioned it once or twice, she tells me with a giggle. In fact, I think I heard you say something about it earlier today. I smile back at her, our bodies moving together as one. Well, let me tell you again just in case, I reply, before leaning down and murmuring in her ear everything I love about her.
Chapter 29. Jasmine. Where are you taking me? I laugh, one hand touching the silk blindfold that Cameron has tied around my eyes. Well, if I tell you, it won't be a surprise, will it? He replies, and I feel him squeeze my waist a little as he guides me forward. When he asked if he could plan the honeymoon, I didn't think it would be such an elaborate plan, but then, it's Cameron. I should have expected something crazy. Okay, ready? He asks, and I feel him loosening the knot on the blindfold. When he takes it off, it takes a second for my eyes to adjust to the bright light of the morning. As soon as they do, I gasp. Oh my God, Cameron, are you serious? I squeal. I can't look at him as I say it, though, because my gaze is fixed on the private jet gleaming in the sun. No parents this time, right? I tease. No, no one but us. And you don't even know where we're going yet. He jokes, putting his arm around me. I don't care, I tell him before turning to give him a soft kiss. This is already amazing. The private jet is nicer than the last one. I have to assume he's renting these. But he was right about one thing. The destination is even more impressive. When we touch down in Fiji, we're met by the most beautiful sight: pristine white sand, sapphire blue water, lazy palm trees. It's even better than Hawaii. This is so beautiful, I tell Cameron. As we make our way to the hotel, which in true Cam style is lavish. Mr. and Mrs. West, says the concierge as we check in. Congratulations and welcome to your honeymoon. The words put a huge smile on my face, and that smile carries me all the way up to the room. When we step inside, I feel Cameron come up behind me, wrapping his arms around my waist and kissing my neck. You are so beautiful, he tells me between kisses. I let myself melt into his touch, arching my neck to meet his lips. And I can't wait to see you in a bikini. We'd better hurry down to the beach then, I tell him, but my voice is low and breathy. His lips on my neck aren't exactly convincing me to leave the room anytime soon. He seems to realize that quickly enough, and his hands are soon running the length of my body. It doesn't take long for us to christen the hotel room. When we finally emerge from the sheets, the sun is still shining brightly and the beach calls to us. I pull my hair up into a bun, slipping on the polka dot bikini Cameron packed for me. When he sees me, he lets out a low whistle. Damn, Jasmine. If you're not careful, I'm going to pull you back into bed, he says with a mischievous grin. I only laugh and bat away his attempt to pull me back under the covers. Even at the beach, we can hardly keep our hands off each other. We leave our towels on the pure white sand and head immediately toward the water. The first touch of the water on my toes is remarkably warm, unlike anything I've ever felt before. I clasp Cameron's hand, and soon he wraps his arm around my shoulders, pulling me in for a long, lingering kiss as the water laps at our ankles. It's the perfect moment, one I want to last forever, and the kiss lasts so long that I almost feel like that's possible. When we finally pull away, I open my eyes to see Cam gazing at me. The love in his eyes is evident, radiating warmer than the sun that's heating my shoulders. I love you, he tells me, a broad grin crossing his face. I love you too, I reply, and my words come out in a laugh. I can still hardly believe I found a love like this. With our arms still wrapped around each other, we wade into the tropical waters. The warmth soon envelops us, and I love the feeling of the waves brushing my shoulders. The soft sand still caresses my feet, and every so often a swell comes that lifts me away from the bottom and has me suspended for a moment. Cam is enjoying himself as much as I am, his face turned up toward the sun, his dark hair flecked with droplets of water. I can't help but admire the view, letting my eyes travel over his face and down to his chest, just visible under the water. Slowly, I make my way over to him. He's still looking at the sky, and I take the opportunity to surprise him, ducking under the water to close the distance between us. The water feels good as I submerge, rolling through my hair and tickling my neck. I come up right in front of Cameron, but of course I don't surprise him. Instead, he pulls me up even before I've wiped the salt water from my eyes. I instinctively wrap my legs around his waist as he holds me close. Hey, beautiful, he says, brushing a stray lock of wet hair from my cheek. Hey, handsome, I reply, smiling. I lean down, bringing my mouth to his and tasting the salty seawater still wetting my lips. His tongue slips into my mouth, gently at first, then passionately. The warm water caressing my skin and Cameron's bare chest pressed against mine is enough to get me aroused all over again. As we kiss, I feel him getting hard against me. With my legs wrapped around him, I can feel everything. I can't get enough of you, I murmur in his ear, in between kisses. You've got all of me, he replies, for the rest of your life. I kiss him again then, letting myself grind against him a little more. There's something entirely thrilling about this. Even though the hotel's private beach is sparsely populated, the fact that we're doing this in public is exciting. "Do you want me?" I ask him, my lips grazing his cheek as I whisper in his ear. "I always want you," he replies. That day we christen the sea too. There are plenty of other moments in between these risque encounters. In fact, we spend a lot of time at the beach, just enjoying the sun and the sand, splashing water at each other, building sand castles, or just sunbathing and talking. There's plenty of laughter, especially when we discover the resort has a games room. Cam, of course, goes straight to the air hockey table. "Are you serious?" I laugh, enjoying his boyish excitement. "Don't you get enough of this stuff?" "Never," he replies with a grin. "You game?" I shoot him a mischievous smile of my own. "You know I'm not one to back down from a challenge." "Touché," he replies, sliding the puck over to me. I've never told Cam as much, but back in high school I used to spend hours in my local arcade. Even though I didn't have many good friends and my sister dismissed it as nerd stuff, it wasn't hard to find other kids to challenge. I actually got pretty good at it after a while. Not that I expect to win against an actual professional hockey player, but still. I line up the puck, feeling the air start to tickle my fingers. Across the table, Cameron is grinning at me. "Don't go easy on me," I warn him, pointing playfully. "I wouldn't dare," he retorts, leaning forward and sliding his mallet across the table's surface in preparation. I grin, and with a familiar flick of the wrist, I propel the puck across the table. He reacts instantly, shooting back at me. I just narrowly defend my goal, and the puck slides back and forth across the table several more times before Cam manages to score a goal. He raises his arms in victory, the way I've seen him do so many times in a real game. "Don't feel bad, Jasmine," he tells me with a sly grin. "I do have an advantage." I give him a playful smirk as I line up the puck again. The next 2 goals go to Cameron, but I manage to get one in immediately after his 3rd goal. "Ah, I see I've got some competition after all," he jokes. In the end, Cameron wins, but not before I get in a couple more goals, bringing me only 2 points behind him. "You, my love," he tells me as he saunters to my end of the table, "are full of surprises." I grin, kissing him playfully as he rests his hand on my lower back. "You sure you want to keep doing PR?" he continues. "I could talk to Steven. There might be room for you on the team." I laugh at this and give him another kiss. "I don't know. I wouldn't want to show you up on the field," I reply with a wink. Cameron takes that as a challenge, scoffing good-naturedly as he lets go of me. "All right then," he says, mischief gleaming in his eyes. "Best out of 3. I grin back, taking my place at the table again and sliding the puck over to the other side. "Winter starts," I tell him. "It's like this for days. Every morning we go down to the beach, and every night we tease each other in the games room. And in between, we make love and count ourselves lucky for every single moment we have together."
Chapter 30. Cameron. As I put on my gear, I catch a glimpse of my hand. The glint of the wedding band catches the light, shining it into my eye. God damn. I'm married. Even though it's been over 6 months since the wedding, part of me still can't believe it. Part of me still thinks that this is all an act and that it'll stop at some point. No, scratch that. It feels like a dream. I never thought of myself being the loving husband type, but with Jasmine, it's so easy. "Hey, West, stop admiring your ring and get ready. We're on the ice in 5 minutes. I rush to get the rest of my gear on. Before, that kind of thing would trigger a small twinge in my mind. Now, it doesn't mean anything. "Thinking of your lover, huh, lover boy?" Tyler teases and pushes my arm. I know he's just giving me a hard time. I laugh. "Yeah, all the time." As the words come out, I realize that I do think about Jasmine all the time. Whenever I'm just by myself or have a break in the day, my mind turns to her. Is that what married life is like? We come out onto the ice, and I hear the roar of the crowd. I've heard it a million times before, but now it sounds more inspiring, more empowering. I look out to the skybox where all the wives and girlfriends watch the game. I can see Jasmine waving at me. I blow her a kiss and wave back. Although this is just a regular season game, I'm pushing myself harder than I ever used to. I always relied on my talent to move around the ice, but now I'm practicing and refining my skills. The other team's left winger tries to knock into me, but I deke to the right and slide out from under him. I pass the puck to Dom, who maneuvers around the right defenseman. He takes a shot, but the goalie catches it. Before, I would curse Dom and tell him to do better. Now I give him a fist bump to let him know it was a good attempt. What matters more is that he was able to get the puck and shoot it. Now that I have a good woman in my life, I'm starting to realize the value of teamwork. I can't win every game by myself, but what I can do is help my teammates get better so we can all win together. They have the puck now, and I try to slam into their right wing. He pushes me off and passes to the left wing. Jonathan swoops in and takes the puck and moves into the slot. I start interfering with the right wing so he can't go after him. Jonathan dekes the left defenseman and attacks the goal. But instead of shooting it from his angle, he slaps the puck back to Dom, who manages to get it into the net just before getting slammed by the right defenseman. The buzzer sounds and the crowd goes wild. Instead of being jealous, I'm thrilled that they made the play work. I think that's called growth. By the end of the game, we win 7-5. That puts us near the top of the league for the season. Right now, I'm thinking we'll be hitting the playoffs for sure. As I get into the locker room, there's a swarm of reporters looking for sound bites and highlights. One reporter for the New Englander manages to catch me. "Cameron West, do you have a minute?" she asks. I stop and face the cameras. "Sure, why not? Only 2 points scored tonight, but you were also the leader in assists. Many commentators are noticing you're much less of a hotshot on the ice. Care to comment?" "Well, we have a good starting lineup, and our bench is probably one of the most talented in the league. What matters is that we win as a team," I reply. "A year ago, you were the team's leading scorer, with an average of 4.7 points per game. You also said teammates like Jonathan Cross and Dominic Graziano were old geezers bringing the team down." As she lists my previous comments, I smirk. I can be such an asshole sometimes. "Tonight, you helped Cross with 3 goals, putting him as the point leader for the night. What changed?" "Well, I've mellowed out, I guess." I smile. "Could this marriage be a good thing for your career?" "Maybe it hasn't hurt me so far," I reply. "What do you think your chances of making it to the playoffs are this year? And are you going for MVP?" 100% on both fronts." "How's the leg?" "You seemed a bit sluggish tonight," she remarks. "It's doing just fine. Doc doesn't see any problems, and I'm not struggling to use it if that's what you mean." "One last question. Is your wife going with you to Detroit to face off against the Red Wings?" "We haven't discussed it yet, but she's got a lot of work to do here." "I see. Well, thanks for your time, Cameron." She shakes my hand and lets me go back into the locker room. One reporter and a slew of game-related questions. That's still hard to get used to. Before, every reporter would ask me about who I was with the night before, about allegations of drug use, and whether I was a liability for the team. Now I'm just a seasoned pro with a wife and calm demeanor. Not exactly front-page material anymore. As I walk back to the showers, the reporters are all over Jonathan, who made the game-winning shot. He looks like he's enjoying the spotlight for now. Hard to believe that was me only a few months ago, too. Jasmine is waiting for me in our limo. She poured both of us a glass of champagne. She hands me mine and holds hers up for a toast. "What are we toasting?" I ask. "Your win tonight, of course." She smiles. The glasses clink and we each take a sip. "Did you see the after-game report?" I ask. "Of course, I wouldn't miss it. You always look so dashing on camera when your face is covered in sweat." She laughs. Well, I keep telling you to come to the locker room after the game. I can get you all kinds of drenched in the showers. The guys wouldn't mind, I reply. Maybe one day. She leans over and kisses me. No matter how many times we kiss, it still feels as electric as the first time. So, are you going to ask me? She pokes my arm. Ask you what? I'm confused now. About Detroit. You guys leave tomorrow, right? Oh, I mean, you want to come with us? I thought you were working on the field day project. Well, that's the great thing about being project manager. I don't have to be on site for everything. I just check in, make sure everyone's on target, and then I'm good for the rest of the day. She leans forward, then continues. Besides, we're practically done with the logistics already. Autographs and photos first, kids' hockey lesson during the day, then a scrimmage to finish the event. How many pre-sales have you gotten so far? 6,000. Your fans are eager to see the team outside of game day, especially the team's star player, she remarks. Well, as long as you're there, that's all I care about, I reply. So, is that an official request for me to come to Detroit? She grins. Yes, that is an official request, but you'll have to ride with the press crew. No wives or girlfriends on the team bus. However will I manage? She teases before giving me another kiss. You know, I've never been to Detroit. You're not missing much, I reply. Besides, I never really go out and explore the city. It's not like Boston or New York. Well, what if your wife wants to go out and explore? In that case, I may be able to make an exception. Dinner is a pre-made dish from one of those meal delivery services. We make everything together, laughing and drinking wine as we follow the recipe. I don't think I've ever cooked in my life before I met Jasmine. My mind flashes back to that cooking class. It feels like years ago now. After dinner, we're on the couch, wearing ratty clothes and snuggled against each other with a blanket wrapped around our bodies. Normally, I would be at the club, getting drunk and hitting on the hottest girl I could find. I would bring her back here so we could have sex, and I would likely never see her again. Maybe I just got tired of the routine, or maybe I'm genuinely happier to be with the same woman night after night. No more dressing up, no more flashing money around to everyone at the club, no more trying to be suave and detached to flirt with a random hot stranger. That was my entire life for so long, and yet no part of me misses that. I'm gladly trading in the loud music, expensive drinks, and loose women to snuggle with my wife as we binge-watch our favorite TV show. My wife. I don't know how long it will take to get used to saying that. I was always hesitant to call anyone my girlfriend, and now I have a wife. She gets up to grab another glass of wine, looking gorgeous in a floppy t-shirt and baggy pajama pants. She turns back to me after a moment, glass of wine in her hand. She catches me checking her out, zeroing in on her nipples poking through her shirt ever so slightly. What? She asks. Damn, you're beautiful, I reply. I've met plenty of women in my time, but none of them compare to Jasmine. She's like no one else, completely irreplaceable in all mine.